As we are once again alive upon the internet. Let's make sure that we are actually alive. I don't see Twitch yet, but a refresh hopefully fixes that. Oh, there we go. And yeah, YouTube all looks fine. Titles changed, set to public, in the right category. And is my audio okay? Yes. And yeah, let's go do some PTSing as we're jumping on a little bit earlier. I was hoping that I should be able to jump on even earlier, but yeah, that didn't work out. But by the look of things, tomorrow I'll be able to play quite a lot. So PTS, let's go see if we can get the D. Okay, so this is actually a pretty recent snapshot. Because this is last week, right? Was Slasher? I feel. Would you like remember as a Shiloh? Because they basically snapshot at some point and then that'll become the thing. But this character being on Slasher, I get the feeling this is like last week's maintenance, likely? I don't know, I wouldn't have had this suit by maintenance. Either way, let's jump in. And there's the gym, and the tech. And yeah, I haven't actually like checked around too much if already super broken things have been found or whatever. So we'll just run whatever's and see whatever happens. First things first, I want to have the you know what, let's get the blueprints and the gear.
Good trading with you, agent.
And one thing you can do, because these usually have like a billion things, so if you're just sitting here, you know, but you can long press escape and you can get shit out of there. But then that should have given me all of the blueprints and stuff. Interestingly, it's still only 571 out of 643. That's a lot of additions to it. Anyhow, the kind of new category here. I'm really curious. Assault rifle, like automatic defense for Black Dust tactical assessment. Okay, so we need even exotic components even. Wait, did she sell everything? Oh, okay. Oh, so we can turn those into broken SHD watches, and then broken SHD watches can go back into these resources. Okay. Let's just get all these. Those are then the resources we need for those. They just go in here as well, yeah. Burning ash and crossed balaclava.
Should really find time to oil these
crossed baklava. Okay, so yeah, we can turn resources into and back. It's weird that there isn't, although, well, this saves in conversion thingy, right? But yeah, so it is actually good that they're making new resources for this new system, because if it was just the old system or just the old resources, that was the issue with like expertise as well. Just they may. Oh, also, I just noticed the selection here. It's like tiny because all of them are in here. Wait, it's things like, I mean, yeah, things like let's say Regulus isn't in here, right? No. But also no, neither is Vindicator. Neither is Nemesis. Liberty, not even. Although, well, Liberty doesn't matter per se. Which other rifle are we missing here? Merciless, Ruthless, Doctor Home, Vindicator. Oh, Wrath, of course. Yeah, so that's not in there. Okay, so yeah, none of the like raid exotics and stuff. Wasn't expecting those, of course, but confirmation there. Yeah, let me get you here. I need Lean and Skibby and Jesse. I need Chris as well. Like our gear sets. I don't know why they put in perfect protection reload. Just they need some names.
Pleasure to see you.
They always just make some names. We've had plenty of names that just don't make any sense really. And that'll just be another one in that list. Yeah, so we have also the gear. This will give us... I'm not gonna look at the brand set at all, really. Except for just making sure. Where's the... I said, this thing, yeah. Perfect protected reload, like, nobody cares. This just never is gonna get used. But that's fine. Like, not every item needs to be good. Just because it also just doesn't happen. Kind of thinking on this, like, there is really no good way to use this, right? Like, this 30% marksman rifle damage, just because we already have a 20%. We have a 10% and a 20%. And then also we have gear sets that have that. Like, the ninja bike variant is, like, the place of, like, we stick this in there, right? We just get 2 weapon handlings for it. But you would just have less weapon damage because you would have to exchange out at the very least aces, which is 15, plus maybe Araldi, which is 10, which was well, you would gain 5 then, right? That's something, but yeah, still not that useful. And yeah, we're definitely gonna look at the gear set as well in a little bit. Get all exotic items in PTS. There's the cash from the vendor here, which has the exotics in it. Although this doesn't give you... I don't think they do the all exotics cash anymore, right? Oh, hey. So these are the... Okay, that's cool. We'll have to... So these are, again, going to be the journey caches. But they're going to do 5 of them here. I wonder what this one is. That one. Because this one gives a ninja bike, this one gives a Ridgeway, BTSU, and this one gives a Vow. Wonder what the Eclipse setup fully will be actually. That'll be interesting to see. Let's open this one here because it'll touch the ground. Oh, rugged. Okay. Trippi's Cheska. We'll have a look at this actually, but we'll also see the final versions. I wouldn't mind making basically a video like that again. Kind of enjoyed that from last season. Yeah, let's get these out of their inventory. Let's check already. Okay, so tip-in skills. So that's a new icon for it. Urban lookout. Okay. That's a cool design actually for like an urban thing. So Lambus Odo. These two we don't care about either really. We do care about just double checking what these are. I'm too full. Just for now. Excuse me. Might dealt it. Spamming the move to stash, but no stash moving is happening. Okay, yeah, I might be tilted here. I was already just log out and log back in. Apparently logging out is also not allowed. If I want to start fast traveling, that would usually trigger a delta. Raid exclusive? No. Those will likely be excluded. And then some of the all of the craftable ones seem as well, and then Vindicator and stuff that are like special source seems. Was Ridgeway in there? Actually, let's go maybe check Ridgeway. But yeah, I feel I'm dealt at, but the game hasn't, like, system hasn't understood I'm dealt at. Yeah, let's Alt F4 out and then load back in. Not a great start. Hopefully issues like that, but that's also what PTS is for, like if that is a consistent issue. Wondering if the gloves damage bonus to the lowest target and MAR bonus to the highest damage work at the same time if there's only one target. How do you mean? Because whatever you're shooting, it's going to be in one of the tiers. Like that's the only bonus it's going to get. For the Tio Purnell Master Mission solo, some form of PFE. All of the Master Missions so far, if you're going to go solo them, there's so many elites that any form of PFE is a good way to go, kind of. You don't need a full PFE, so... especially for those as well, just... maybe just sticking a memento and a few PFE mods on a normal striker would be enough. But a full PFE will likely just get through it. Fine, it will just take a while. Well, I likely will be around for the next GE. When is the next GE actually in Division 1? It's going to be a while. So, because there's basically one per month kind of deal. Can I run blind? Mind the traps. Oh yeah. You learned a lesson. At least you learned it quick. And especially that would work. I mean, yeah, any of the protection from elite setups, especially the SMG or shotgun one. Yeah, let's load up the character we were on. I'm guessing the server kind of had some issues there. It likely ejected a bunch of people if there's a position in queue. I would love to get the base stats of the new weapons there. Actually, as well. Does this go here? Yeah. Let's go to the burst and sustain. Tables. We're loading up.
Safe area detected.
I've got the biggest inventory in DC.
Yeah, up to what point did we did we keep track? Okay, we have the pieces.
Glad we got that settled.
Oh, they put some of the weapon in the stack. Right? Oh, yeah, let's just dump on that. Let's keep those two. Yeah, let's already favorite these. Let's make sure the final version is actually, yeah, so 50 stacks, 0.5, 0.2, or 2.0. Just want to see the numbers on this thing. I wonder if they'll add more things which use this tiering system. This seems familiar. Actually, the chest might be the better giveaway. Is this an Aces recolor? I think this is an Aces recolor, right? This is Aces vest. Or very similar. This backpack doesn't look like anything there. Neither does that mask. So. Yeah. Let's go get the base stats of this pistol here. Especially, firstly. As I should say, because it might just be 62.7. 62.7. Okay, so it has different base stats than the 92R or 93R. I'm running strikers, aren't I? Which matters for the RPM. Let's go to the longbow build. It's already actually take it to 100 weapon damage combined. I don't know. Pistol selected in this. Should have a technician. So I need to lose liquid air. Doesn't matter really what we put in there, as long as we land on 100 weapon damage. So let's unequip the. Yeah, it's just so we can equip it actually. Yeah, so this would be 70 plus 30, right? It should be now. Yeah, so 70 plus 30. So this thing is... Actually, let's start adding it in already. Let's do it on the burst here. So let's do that. This becomes lost the name again. Tempest. I was about to call it tornado. So 700 RPM, 30 round max size. It has. Do I have any other weapon handling here? I shouldn't. No, just normal. .16. That's a pretty long reload. And it has an optimal of 12. Is that the same as the 92R? Yeah, 12. Oh, that's the same as well as the card and stuff, so that's kind of fine still, but and then yeah, the base will be, so this will be 122,225 is this number divided by 2. That's what we're hitting. So control copy. Okay, so it does have a higher base than the 93R. Let's make sure of that as well, actually. 93R. Yeah, 93R is 53k. So it does have a higher base, so maybe it will be fine. What are we land? Oh, what? Okay. I suddenly saw the burst number there. Because also this has 15 crit chance, so it'll be 5 crit chance less than like card 45, but it has more than enough burst above it. Its sustain is also actually in that same ballpark. So this thing actually will be good. Maybe a little bit too good, actually. This might be a little bit too high. If we're comparing this. But yeah, that's kind of in the same ballpark as, for instance, yeah, Liberty or Regulus, but those have much bigger issues. Although we have to try it out. Although I think with 50 stability, this thing will be fine. So it'll have 15 crit chance versus a 20 from card. But yeah, it has so much higher burst. And also its sustain isn't horribly worse. So just for now, we'll add as well PTS year 7 season 2. So I'm just not gonna make a separate file or anything here for the temper. I'm just adding them to the main file. But for now, we'll just put them in with their PTS values. Oh, does that actually land up as well with 62.7? Why isn't this lining up? Oh, because I'm a dumbass. It's even higher than that. 1, 2, 5, 4, 2, 8. I forgot to swap the pistol. So actually it's even this. So it's even a K higher. This thing might be a little overspec'd. Yeah, it basically has the same sustain with 100k more than a card 45. Even more than 140k. With like 30k sustain less. And it's full auto. Oh, eat ammo, but for pistols that doesn't matter because it's a pistol. So, yeah, let me catch up here for a second because I'm kind of in my own world. Tipping skills build. I think adding contractors with bestie may not be too bad. I haven't gotten the language build together yet. I think just the thing is bestie. This doesn't have like tipping skills and bestie don't make too much sense together. It's not like virtuoso or something would make much more sense than this, but just a high-end build would just make more sense. The reliance on weapon damage and total weapon damage and such, because with this as well, you kind of want to go with the backpack, so you're eating up the backpack talents. Just making a sacrifice Langmo version, or just a normal like Contractor's Fox's Prayer 3-piece Providence with sacrificing gift, high-end will just do better than any of these. It's just because it has LMG damage, it has less LMG damage than, you know, even if you're kind of going, yeah, just the 3-piece Langmo, but then even the sacrifice, so where you don't have the Langmo chest, for instance. And it is PK. Because this would just work better with just normal weapons, basically. Okay, so let's actually fix this up. The percentage values here. So it's divided by 48, right? Okay. This does line up now, right? If we just look at the truncated, yeah, 62.7, that would round down to the same number there. Yeah, let's actually fix this up. So, data source range of aspiration H Z to A. Why did this break? Oh, okay. Yeah. There we go. Okay. No, some what? Didn't I fix all these to be that we could sort with them? They're just not do it to the pistols. Okay, that's fixed. That's fixed. I guess I just didn't do it to the pistols. Yeah, because on all these other ones, I have the percentages fixed in a way that we can sort with them, but not with this one, apparently. But that's fine. Let's maybe I should just then, while we're doing this, do that. So otherwise that breaks everything. Actually, I don't need to do it like that. I can just do it like this. Wait, that one's locked. Where's not what? Oh, okay. I guess I just did it and then forgot to actually copy it over, which is the thing I need to do. All right, this one's done. What the hell happened here? Okay, that one's done. Which is this burst one, apparently. Okay, it was just that burst table there. Okay. I just forgot in one place. Okay, then it's a little bit less work. Oh yeah, let's add it to the sustain and stuff. And that's pretty easy. It's literally, we do this, and then we take this, stick it there. We make sure this is fixed up. And we sort everything. Even with that 216, yeah, it's kind of out sustaining a lot. But yeah, with its current numbers, this is definitely the kind of for like the pistol tech tank kind of thing, which is also kind of fine. We can go with this for that. Because at least they can get used. Because at the end of the day as well, like pistols don't get used that much anyway. So this will just add a little bit to that high-end tech tank, for instance, that bulwark tech tank. Okay. This is by G. Okay. Oh, so this, although not that the base of it matters too much, but oh. I know it does have the lowest base, at least of the high ends. It's like a delta in game.
Press space to start. Press escape to quit.
All of the main servers were having some issues as well, so I wonder if it's just generally the issues or the servers. Let's sort range by B. Okay, so that's the Tempest in there, and yeah, it's looking, yeah. I would have toned this down a little bit, because if this is even like 650, That's already gonna exceed basically everything else. But now it exceeds everything else by a little bit too much. Oh, damage challenge though. Actually, yeah. No, yeah. I'm kind of not even thinking about damage challenge. We should add it out to the on build thing. How much would I mean, actually, so just as a comparison, let's say we take this card and then we do times 1.2. Let's say. Which would be, you know, like killer on top. A 20% increase. It would also have a 5 crit chance mod over this. So another 5 crit chance. But that's like 708 and this is 730. But this also doesn't need anything triggered anyway. So it's maybe that's what this thing is a little bit overtuned, I feel. Oh, I neither can't. Other recommendations for inner talents with the new mask. Any like you either pick 2 of the common damage talents, so you know, killer, measured, ranger, streamline. You either pick 2 of those, or you pick a good damage talent that you like, plus an utility. Especially in the utility and like things like fast stance, preservation, future perfect. And then for certain, you know, classes, things like frenzy and brazen and stuff are really good as well. And easy, I need this. As my day so far, we're just doing some work stuff. Did get a chance as well to make the golden bullet. Actually, that did go live, right? Without issues. Golden bullet short, basically. But it's just a short version of kind of like the already existing only tips, but kind of want to have a short on each of the global events, even though like Golden Bullet is the simplest. Yeah, that did go on without any issues. Nice. And yeah, I'm gonna get to jump on pretty early now, so happy days. Oh, would Optimist work? I just wouldn't pick Optimist or Strained nowadays much anymore. They're just, in comparison, like you could extract more from, you know, yeah, all of the others. Because even if you just want, for instance, consistency or something, or you don't want to unkill parts of it, even going like Measured plus Ranger in a lot of Saints places would work. Like the Optimus and Strained both are just, have been for a time now, just too weak, basically.
Your business is
in comparison. Yeah, so let's do the MMR2. Because I definitely want to get them in the DPS tables, because a lot of people always, myself included as well, I wanna know where these land on these lists. This one at least is a little bit easier because this is just the base damage thing. Actually on the pistol, although well with exotics we didn't do that, right? What is your base? 412.5, 412. Okay, so it's likely the exact same as the M700 Carbon normally would be. So let's do this, and then we take. This has a 7. I'm going to assume the rest of it is all the same. 55. 306 reload. Why is its reload different? Does it have a weapon handling mod? Oh, that's 20% reload speed. Okay, that's fine. And 50 optimal range. Okay, and then let's take these two numbers out. Around this year 7 season 2. Let's back calculate it still though. I likely don't have MMR in my specialization here. I should actually do it the other way around and just not have a specialization that has nothing spec. It's the easier way. But for now, it doesn't matter too much. 70 plus 30. Yeah, 70 plus 30. So 8, 2, 5, 0, 3, 2. Is this number divided by 2? 5, 12, 5, 16. Or 4, 12, 5, 16. So this is as the exact same base as the 700 carbon. Why did it lose its formatting here? Oh, actually, that's also why the other one looked weird, right? Yeah. Why did it lose its formatting? So I should fix this a second too. Yeah, number like that. Yeah. That also makes it a little bit more legible. Okay, and yeah, we don't even need to sort this because it's in the right spot already. 412. And then it does have 40 from how much is that for? 45. So basically the same as a scope as the special scope. That's also about the same as the Mantis has. I wonder actually how that will work out with some of the bosses and stuff. Look, this thing looks at least interesting. It really depends on what the other, how much increase it is against the other tiers. We need to go and test that at some point. Same for the rifle. But first, let's actually go play the game a little bit. I wanna play because yeah, we added those two into the DPS tables. Definitely something I wanted to get done real quick. Let's actually take the pistol, put it in this tech tank. I would need to fix up my crit, right? Yeah, I need. What actually? Well, no, I would have the same 15 as that main weapon, right? Yeah. That's actually kind of annoying. I wish this was 20 crit chance. And then just lose some base because then you can kind of swap them out directly. But we just basically need one more crit chance. Do I already not have any crit chances anywhere? No. But yeah, we'll just put a crit chance mod. Although, what's my crit chance for damage? So this would be 60 and 117. I would still pull out ahead. Although I don't have killer anymore. Let's just keep it as is. I know we have some randoms here. And yeah, let's actually try to get some of this this retaliation going. I'm kind of curious as well what like how quickly this fills up and then, you know, how much time it gives us. Let me catch up here for a second. Any guns? Yeah. Yes. Yeah, you can't craft any of the, like, yeah, raid exotics, nor any of the crafting ones, or some of the ones that are tied to stuff. Like, there's no Vindicator, there's no... Actually, yeah, was Ridgeway in here? But yeah, it's excluded. No bighorn. You know, no Ouroboros. But yeah, also no Vindicator, no Ravenous. Because even here, for instance, no Liberty, no Nemesis, no other things that have kind of like crafting components on which, well, those ones they should just add. Was there Ridgeway in here? No, for instance, as well. No Ridgeway, no Provocator. What are we missing here? Also, as well, not the current season one isn't here, or well, future current season, the whatever it's called. Also, as well, in the pistols, actually, yeah, you don't even have the thingy. Yeah, let's go see how much we need to do for. Let's go. I would say. Actually, as well, we want to have the modifier on. Excuse me. Do I need to? Do I need to be? Because normally we can just activate it. Do we need to complete something of here? I wonder if it's like tied to unlocking Journey 1 or something, maybe. Which would be weird. To fill the fastest. Okay. I'm just gonna go with the open world stuff, just so I don't want the mission. Once you unlock the weapon. I have all the weapons. Like that wouldn't matter here. Also, this is not so this list, for instance, this is just the available ones. There is no counter weirdness here. Oh, okay. That was what was happening. I was delting.
To quit.
And this is also like I don't have those blueprints yet. It's just showing me which ones I can get. So also that would just be weird if we could just craft them, even if we had them and so. I think those ones they would keep out of this system, at least for now. Already back. I was likely delta already again. Kind of ludicrous. Yeah, 6 stacks a second is a lot. Kind of curious how that will work out, but we'll look at likely gonna look at the gear set more so in a little bit. I want to try out this pistol. Actually, honestly, this pistol is to me the most interesting one, and especially as well numbers wise, it seems to make sense there. So with the retaliation, similarly, probably running control points. Yeah. It says progress even if the meter is full, which I don't need to now.
Safe area detected.
Interesting. They were talking about at least once the retaliation starts that you lose some pro or you lose some time and stuff if you die. Yeah, let's try now. There we go. Okay, so yeah, they don't give us all the ones for free. Let's try getting 2. Then kill enemies with grenades. Okay. Thank before eliminating them. Yeah. We'll go for that. What if our boost is at least half? Okay. So we would need to capture a bunch. Or we can go to New York as well, actually. Let's go to New York. Oh, okay. This character is New York and Brooklyn should be... Although maybe we go Brooklyn. Let's go Brooklyn. These should be green, I would think. But also then we have dying like costs you, then yeah, just, you know, you don't run determined, you run tech tanks. But yeah, that's just the reality
Safe
of the
area
thing.
entered.
Let's see. Some bar there. Okay, I can't click anything or anything. No. Yeah, so actually, so is out here, is my bonus full? 30%. Let's just go do some activities here. Any orbiter. Any distant. It's like welcome to our Revs Angels. Yeah, it looks to be honestly even with the damage talent on top. Wait, what are these marked? Okay, so these are the hostile markings. Actually, yeah, what are the hostile modifiers? So this is a damage one. Taking the damage. Oh, so this is the one you need to like harass. Sounds allies within 2 meters and yeah. Okay, so these two are damage towards us, and then this one is the overkill. Okay. So especially the boots needs to die first. Okay. I automatically clicked there. Actually, I need to check. Does the RPM bonus show on the stat sheet? It does, okay. So here we also have 30% RPM bonus. Should maybe actually not have the global thing on, but also yeah, I kind of want to work towards that. Later on, or at some point, run the numbers against, especially what a pistol, if we have killer active and stuff. Because one of the things here, it seems this thing has enough damage that, it's not going to be as high as when a Card 45 has killer active, but it's close enough to it, I think, that, you know, you don't need to activate anything. It's always active. But the talent of it is kind of just yeah. Like I'm never gonna let my shield break. Like that's that's not what I'm going for here. So we did one thing there. Oh, okay, so that's not too bad. So is that 20% or 25? I think 25, right? I wonder if each activity is just the same amount. Let's actually go, yeah, let's go do this propaganda here.
Hostile broadcast detected.
Yeah, let me catch up here. Hey there, Vengi. Why are libraries so tall? Because they have many stories. God damn it. Gonna time you out for that one. But yeah, hey there, Vengi. A challenge. Yeah. I mean, yeah, just you know, holding down the button. And this thing is actually very, like, it's not super controllable. It still jumps around quite a bit, but not as much as the 93R. And it has a pretty consistent pattern. It is a left recoil, which is actually kind of annoying. That'll take some time to get used to. It's pulling to the left and then straight up. But this looks to be, kind of like... I mean, it's not like we have that many pistol builds that we kind of main, but... This one would work out pretty well. Yeah, I heard... I'm not going to do a mission. I just want to do activities here. Well, it's because, yeah, I want to take this build into missions. Because I'm gonna assume like a mission is gonna give me like half or something, right? Like, we'll try Lincoln or something later on. But I want to be here in New York. I don't want to do any of the missions. I just want the activities.
That's what real leaders do. They make the hard choices and live with the consequences.
I mean, pistol gears, I just wouldn't be popular now.
Friendly control point detected.
It's negated the sound from shield breaking. How much 20 seconds would be wasted from that 5? It's a 5 second. Oh wait, is it the 5 second or because I keep saying 5 actually, but is this the 5 second or 3 second disorient? They posted it whenever it was. Because also it's one that you can't negate with hazard protection and stuff. It's coming from a special source in a way. I remember the patch notes having it. The thing is though that like the talent to me, I would just still never use it. I wouldn't want to have my shield break and then get a damage bonus from it. Because now as well, I have the damage bonus but I don't have a shield. I feel that talent is basically just a non-talent and they've bumped up its stats enough that it's competitive enough without. It's kind of like the Oreo basically.
See that? They got one.
But honestly as well, bulwarks take a lot to break. Like you can't quickly break a bulwark, even a red one. I would see that maybe more if it's like being used together with like deflector or something, but you wouldn't want to in the deflector because deflector you also want that talent. Or a talent going. Such bad design. Sometimes, like, yeah, you have to consider the talent not being something that is there, like it's not balanced with the talent in mind per se. So then the talent becomes just a thing on top. Ouroboros style. But that doesn't mean that it's bad design, it's just a choice. It's a design choice. Wonder if it's based on XP. So yeah, 2 of those were basically 25% together. It would be nice if it was a percentage thing, but it's more than 25%. So. See if Elite Territory is more. Also, it's not counting kill enemies while your global modifier boost is at maximum. Which is weird because I am at maximum. Maybe it counts one then the other. We'll see in a sec. That's why I came here.
Wild.
Actually, yeah, one of the things is with current season, we trigger Intimidate so much easier. As here as well, it's like the first skill always takes a while just because I don't have Intimidate up. Current seasons where it provides us Intimidate basically for free is super nice. Yeah, and that first skill I was like, this feels like super weak, but yeah, that's the
Access key detected.
Actually, as well, this is of course different faction now.
This is how it's gotta be.
What? Why can't I have this one on main again? Oh, well, it's still expensive. Or well, in a normal. I'm looking for military markers. It's being lost, just not all, if that's true. I would not expect everything to be lost. Like what they said during the stream was you just lose some time and stuff. Because you can definitely die during it. Yannick did so. Actually, does it maybe does it say? I don't know. I wish on this they should just put like if you. Well, maybe it does the mission. No. Just alongside of the XP and stuff, it should say like adds this % or something. Also, yeah, we're wanting to go after one faction at a time, but let's go after cleaners. I need the BBs. So a little more ammo and handling. That would just lose a lot here. Like in this setup, there is no place to stick a Eagle's Grasp.
The control point in proximity.
Also, that wouldn't help the damage. We would lose damage. Having more shots that do less damage isn't really a good solution. That's also why, like, the Brazos striker is just, yeah, I'm not a fan. With the pistol, just put the shield away. But when it's which one you have less shield, but then have to suffer the historian. Yeah, that could. I would just consider it a non-talent. Like, I'm never gonna let my shield break and not care. I'm just never gonna trigger that talent until something goes super wrong, and then yeah, I do have 20% extra. But even then, likely the second my shield breaks, I'm just gonna like shift over to just that basically, not per se.
Your time's up. We lost one of ours.
As if you want to like make it like that, they could make it kind of berserk for your shield. The less health you have on your shield, you gain like another like, let's say you gain a 5 or 10% amp that is based on how low your shield's health is. I think just from a balancing perspective and stuff, they've just gone for the easier route of just putting it as kind of an talent that you don't want to per se go for, and they're giving it kind of base stats that are very competitive.
They're goddamn riding me. MG, set up. Got you, Jeff.
Yeah, it's kind of optimal there.
Manual override required.
Oh, that's Elite Patrol. Yeah. But it being a situation you want to avoid doesn't mean it doesn't happen. But also, yeah, I'm just, for instance, this build, like, I'm never going to break my shield really doing this kind of stuff. Like, unless I'm getting caught out by something and I'm just, like, losing, being put in a corner and there's multiple explosives hitting me, like, yeah, it's never going to happen. But that's done kind of fine, like, kind of Oreo style, like, it doesn't... Its base stats are kind of the good thing. Because I could also see it if you put a damage challenge on this, it would actually get lost in the pack when comparing to other damage challenges. And then
Hostiles guarding location nearby.
We are the light in the darkness.
do you
We will be there to offer a soft bed.
let me just show, let me control a Kinbreaker, but then so basic exotic pistol. Yeah, the thing is though that, well, it's the same pattern first of all, but the thing is also with this, like, for a large part we're going to be close enough that it's going to be, you know, or at least that's the idea, right? Where with a build like this or with pistol-centric builds, you're going to want to be close anyway. I think that's 12 meters optimal range. Like,
Detecting additional
you can't
hostile contact.
snipe with this.
I'll kill you. Fucking hell.
And also, it's kind of hard to tell with the modifier and stuff as well. Right?
Supply convoy detected.
This seems perfectly fine. Well, put it numbers wise against, yeah, especially a card 45 with killer, because yeah, the damage challenge on top will likely put something like that over this, but then still just the comfort of this is gonna make it more worthwhile. Oh, that was Rikers. I need to fix sand. No, this isn't like Portis. Alright. Not work. I mean, a lot of people look at talents and just base it on that. The thing is, I don't care about the talents because, in the same way, I don't care about the talent on Ouroboros. If its base stats are good enough, that's the part that will matter. And here, this is so basically the design that I see here, and why I don't think it is poor design. It's just it has good enough base stats that it's basically competitive enough to be ran. Running something like a card 45 with killer would outdamage this, and as well there you could have handling wise and stuff, like accuracy wise, this I'm not going to go for weak points as much as such.
Nice work, everyone.
You would have that, and then here just it's a talent that if you kind of are struggling, then it kind of comes in. But it's not designed to be active a lot. Because if the talent is active a lot, now you have to balance it around that. Right? Like, if it has a thing that activates quite often, now the base stats need to be a lot lower. Kind of like, you know, if the Oreo had a better base talent, or a better talent, its base stats have to be lower to kind of compensate for that. It is a design choice, not one that I per se, like, I would rather have... Honestly, on this, I would stick the weak point thing. Stick that on this. Bring something other, or just do that maybe. And then don't make it too big, or yeah, just berserk. Just the less health your shield has, the more damage it does. But then you don't make it a big component. But yeah, people reading a talent and like not picking it, but yeah, that would always happen and stuff. And yeah, that's also why people don't understand Oreo and such when it was the meta. But that's more, yeah, that's just humanity.
Detecting additional hostile contacts.
Whatever this is so far, mostly just added in the numbers of these of the exotic weapons into the DPS tables. I'm kind of not playing with this pistol. This pistol to me actually like is kind of the, as somebody who does already kind of enjoy pistol setups, and already for instance runs some for Summit and such. This pistol, yeah, on its base stats, definitely seems competitive. The last one. Oh. I am still here and there, sometimes clicking. That's as well getting a heal for the thing. So kill enemies with the kill enemies while your global modifier boost is at max, which I should be at max here. Isn't seem to be counting because I'm at max, right? Maybe it doesn't work out here in Brooklyn. Maybe the two zones are kind of.
Thanks, Agent.
Fine. Why? I'm just kind of warming up and just waiting for it to start. I'm just fidgeting basically. But yeah, it just became a thing I just basically now always do. Most people that just watch the stream live won't see it as well as you are the people that watch the VODs and stuff.
Supply drop nearby.
No, I'm not using the Tinker here. Actually, so there doesn't seem to be that exotic cache thing. So in here, actually, we can check for if they've done anything. Although, well, the Tinker just came out, so they likely haven't fixed it in here. But we would have to go and get a Tinker if we wanted to have it in here. The save that they're using for here is from like last week. But now here I'm using that pistol tech tank, and especially the new exotic pistol, the full auto pistol.
Not having to worry whether or not shaking hands with someone after they cough will be the thing that kills me.
Oh, that's what I use for some. Basically, yeah. Well, at least the helmet telling you trigger more often.
Take no chances and make sure we will survive. Because
But I feel they're kind of going for that rather, you know, just it's a weapon that the talent per se doesn't matter at all. It's just base stat values, which actually for some weapons works out. For instance, for this actually kind of works out.
Detected.
the original cleaners, the first people to put on the uniform and get to work, they were sanitation workers, first responders, government employees, the bottom of the social ladder, making it possible for all the rich assholes in their ivory towers, like everyone's
Override required.
And as well, we're kind of checking the retaliation system. Kind of want to see as well kind of how quickly this system kind of fills up and stuff. And then we'll do a retaliation. So normally as well, at the start of a retaliation, it puts us in a safe house. So I'll lose my memento stacks.
Manual override.
This is handleable enough. Handling wise, this thing is not as definitely not as bad as the 93R on which it's based. But let's actually go get this first. It also has 50 stability as one of its mods. I think it's the same handling as the 93R if you were to like macro it. And fire it at full RPM. But then yeah, with 50 stability on top.
If you're here, you've chosen to be here.
Promotional services. Well, for instance, for this build, you wouldn't want, like, if you're maining the pistol, you don't want TDI card. You don't want the custom. Because DTOC, that 10% DTOC is much more valuable than any of this. But generally on pistol build, so if I wasn't using this, or the normal pistol I use here is with Killer. Reformation, while nice, is giving up a lot. Like you would give up. The thing is, the shield here is already super powerful. I'm not at risk of losing my shield, really. It being a 6-tier bulwark.
Please be careful out there.
More damage is
Increasing hostile activity.
not something I can get out of it. So we take the talent for now.
You are going to wander far from the bridge.
Let's see what is that? Alma is fine, especially handling wise. For its handling, it's very much a comfort weapon, but yeah, it definitely doesn't keep up on the damage. That's not. I didn't get nerfed really, because remember that like if you were to take basically pre-Elmo numbers to pass to like the pre-nerf and post-nerf, there was like it was actually ahead even, I think, right? it just did lose, for instance, yeah, it did lose weapon handling. Because the base stats went up. So while it lost 5 crit chance, 5 crit damage, it actually, went ahead.
Access key detected.
The thing that, for me, killed Elmo usage is that Killer and Measure and Ranger all got buffs. So now when you take a weapon with a real damage talent, you can exceed the Elmo by so much that, yeah, it's... From a damage perspective, it's just not really worth it. Mostly just nowadays, I would still pick it here and there if you're looking for comfort. Basically, it is an M4, a very already accurate and stable weapon, and then it has 15 weapon handling on top. Like that's what the Elmo really is now. But you do give up a lot of damage, and also yeah, it does have 70 rounds as well. And the shock is situationally somewhat useful, but honestly, the shock annoys me more than it actually, I feel, helps me. Although at the end of the day, yeah, it can be useful. Is this cleaners? This is cleaners. So I would assume this one would get me to max retaliation.
See what you're making me do?
And then we'll go in. Do a retaliation.
I'll kill you, motherfucker! See that on both sides. I'm
And here, especially ones we have Intimidate going. I'm noticing I'm not feeling comfortable enough to go for headshots even at super close range. It is a little jumpy, much more jumpy than card 45, for instance, for me.
I got a shot! Somebody must have been watching over us.
Detecting additional hostile contacts.
Holy shit!
I should maybe take it to DC where we don't have as much, or just turn off the modifier and get a feel for it. Because here as well, we have 30% rate of fire from the modifier, which is a lot. Let's first do a retaliation. Okay, so we have 5 hours. Yeah, so 6 hours to accept it. Let me get you up here first for check. The most of you think they're already I mean, the OD is basically, yeah, you stick Sadist and then you stick something else alongside of it. Either Pressure Point, Vindictive, Killer, Streamline, or Frenzy. Situationally, Frenzy, I think, is actually really a good pick. I really, yesterday we did like an heroic countdown, and especially during extraction, I would like Frenzy up with like full uptime and just unleash. That's kind of fun. It's not anymore. Situation with the dungeons in the open world is sort of better options. Actualized, but on legendary, but on a healer support build for CC. No. Because if you're a healer, you should be running like the shock from that is completely useless if compared to opportunistic from a Scorpio and the ability to do sledge and stuff like that, because you can't weapon swap as well once you're going for the Elmo. Like the CC of that thing, you shouldn't consider it as a CC thing. Like if on a red build, yeah, like if one of the reds runs it or something. But yeah, any support build trying to use that for CC is just gonna suck at. It just doesn't have the uptime for that as well. And there is just opportunity cost wise, yeah, Scorpio plus opportunistic plus a lefty, so you can sledge and stuff like that is just too valuable. Or Scorpio just by itself. Do you think missile will work well with the deflector shield? I mean, it'll work well with the deflector shield. The deflector shield, though, doesn't really work that well to begin with. I did think actually, so with the deflector shield, you would actually, it would trigger that talent here and there, but you still wouldn't want that for that. I think it's just deflector shield isn't that good. Also, with deflector shield, you would want in sync. Like, you're not maining the pistol. Really, when you're doing deflector shield, the deflector shield itself is the main weapon. So having in sync pistol is really good. But yeah, also as well, that isn't to say that like Elmo is bad, because Elmo, yeah, it is comfortable. It is a very comfortable weapon to shoot. It handles really easily, and that's kind of fine as well. Like you don't need to always be tryharding. But also, yeah, I agree actually as well on Legendary, for instance. I would use that more just when I'm doing like just random stuff. Because if we're doing, if I'm doing Legendary, I want as much damage as possible. Because that will actually be the way that usually we burn through it. Well, as long as it's kind of, you know, in a sensible way. Here, wanted some momentous texture. And yeah, so we triggered retaliation. It puts us at the safest. So I can't fast travel anywhere, right? Oh, it even... Oh, wow. It removes all as the tap. Like, I don't even have the all tap. I can't even fast travel out of it. Like, I can retreat. So I can kind of, like, just fail it, basically. That's interesting. Okay, so yeah, we don't get any faster. That's actually kind of cool. I like that aspect of it a lot. Because we just have to go through the world and get there. We can't just, you know, jump to this mission, go to this control point, jump to this classified, go to that. We have to actually go around and go through the world. I have 5 minutes. But then also, yeah, so whenever we get kills, I'm gonna guess also if once I complete this. That's a lot. Guess we'll see what... Okay, so when I die, I lost a minute. That was a bunch of extra stuff suddenly. Also, I wasn't charged. Okay, so it resets us here. But yeah, we just lose time, so... I did it for the testing. I promise. Totally wasn't not paying attention and... Oh, Kill Squad has spawned. Interesting. Does it show me where they've spawned? No. It's just Kill Squad has spawned. Enter the world so that the Kill Squad can find you. Yeah, I'm not sure on the mechanic. Likely when it has that message, like, kind of like rogues, just if I had a pulse, I could pulse it. Oh, Kill Squad. Oh, it's all named. Oh, it's it's underground. It's chainsaws. I need a kill to get momentum. Were these guys, what was wrong with those guys? Where were they? Let's have Intimidate going. Let's see what happens when we kill a Kill Squad. As every kill I'm doing here adds a little bit of time. And that added a lot of time, okay. And each of these also drops as named. That's kind of cool. guys up here. Something else. So who gets the what percentage on which tier? Can't make any sense. So it's basically whatever is in that tier 1 that it has, that they are getting the 125%. It's stupid that it doesn't say what it is for the other ones. Like I feel that is exceptionally dumb thing to put on a talent. Do not put the number that kind of matters. Also, wait, why are there rushers here? So it's just a different composition? But yeah, normally you wouldn't have rushers on a defense or on assault of a control point, only on the defense. And we're in Brooklyn, so we do need to take care of some turrets.
They're closing in.
Yep.
Vital signs
What?
critical.
They get disoriented by something, or what? Didn't look like it. I was trying to move away from them. I just wasn't, like, the direction I was holding wasn't the direction I was going. Kind of weird. I know, it's just a bunch of extra patrols. Is it just any kill? Yeah, so any kill is 0.2 seconds. Or 2 seconds. Not point. But then, yeah, that kill squad gave me like a few minutes. Yeah, let's do the defense. Hands like a dream, son is if you're allowed to be lazy, miss shots.
Incoming hostiles detected.
Maybe. I mean, there's nothing per se wrong with it. Thing is though that, yeah, it's definitely not like the best thing. Not like it used to be very competitive, or well, it used to be pretty competitive. It's especially talent-wise, just yeah, just especially a Lexington with damage talent is just so far that I haven't used the Lexington really outside of like a countdown or two here and there. I think it also really matters how much you value handling, and then also, yeah, controller versus mouse and keyboard, you know, as well. Oops, all rushers. It's kind of funny. So, a normal heroic control point could never have this spawn, right? On the defense, I think. It can't spawn all rushers. Like, I've never seen all rushers ever before. I'm guessing they're doing some
Heavily armored hostile detected.
special waves kind of thing. I'll say my rate of fire is now lower because we don't have this zone captured. One down. Okay, I get that added a bunch of time. More than enough to go clean out the other one. This will also be useful actually for getting the achievement. For the capturing the control points, different factions and stuff. Oh, random one person coming to aggro me. What? Oh, so who's going to run Elmo for a healer support? I just wouldn't put either of those on a healer, really, or like any form of, because if it's a full healer leaning towards, like if you have the yellow cores, if it's something like combat medic, kind of like a hybrid kind of thing, just spawning stuff on me. Interesting. But there doesn't seem to be any just random patrols. It just seems to be spawning stuff that is kind of coming after me. I don't mind, actually. It gives me stuff to kill along the way while we're getting there. Because there's also no activities or anything on the map. So yeah, it's just here and there, yeah, just spawning random enemies to come harass me. Oh, there's another kill squad. Yeah. Oh, that's already done. Okay, so how much time do we get here? Oh, there's one still alive. That's a lot of loot as well, actually. So each of these kill squads is a 5 named, so you get 10 pieces of loot at them. I'm gonna go. Actually, I don't remember where exactly the things were. Things here. Wait, am I not? Oh, this isn't the control point. I think it is it? It's actually kind of annoying. Although, well, that's kind of the point, right? You kind of start this thing and you just have to book it. There is no like slowing down for it once you're going. Yeah, this isn't. Yeah, okay, this is this one. This was the other one where there's like the one, but that's actually Riker one. And all of these, just getting rid of the turrets right away is makes all the difference. Okay, I'll catch up on chat in a bit. Let's rank it up. Multitask, but I say. Tasking multi. We'll just finish this and then I'll catch up all the way. Within torch. I know, with those kill squads, this is going to be a pretty good way as well, just to get some loot out of a zone. Initiate route.
Reinforcements en route.
Hmm.
Detecting additional hostile contacts.
Skills with team composition. Yeah, likely we'll try some with team. I'm gonna guess it's just gonna scale the normal way it would. There's more enemies. And health and armor scaling. Just normal scaling. That guy tore me up. I guess that's maybe chill. You want to come at? Let's just take me here. Yeah, without intimidate active, and it hurts.
Heavily armored hostile detected.
The servers are really struggling. Oh, hi. Oh, so it's just spawning. Okay, that's cool. Oops, all heavies. So it just spawns all of one archetype. That's also then for like the glove and the thingy, the glove and the sniper and stuff like that. It spawns a boss and then it spawns everything of that archetype. No. Look at my deltaing. I am deltaing. Aw, come on.
We lost one.
We're just at the end of the retaliation. Yeah, the servers are really struggling. Oh. Alright. See if it lets me go damage over here, or if it... So I would think that would be the end of it. Yeah. It's also annoying that it stays in kind of a... Well, we'll see actually. So I'm wondering as well how this will work with like
Heavily armored hostile detected.
deltas and, yeah, crashes and stuff like that. I'm assuming it just puts you back in the world where you were. I'm clicking. Yeah, let me catch up here. It's a missed a bench. It doesn't. Here as well, we have the modifier on. But this is the new pistol. This is the full auto pistol. What the talent? The talent doesn't matter. It's Oreo. It's stuff like that. It has enough. It has enough base damages and stuff. Yeah, we built that.
Press space to start.
Its
Press
base
escape to
burst
quit.
and sustain is pretty high. And then it has 15 crit chance versus the 20 from some of the other weapons. I mean, it has actually, and the guard 45 with killer will exceed it, but yeah. Oh yeah, the pistol is going to be the climax item. So we'll be getting the marksman rifle and the glove in the season, and then the thing, which is also kind of fine. Like, honestly, putting the interesting item kind of towards the end of the season, like with this season with Tinker, I think actually that worked out pretty good. It would have been lost in like all of this stuff because at the start of the season we'll have
Area detected.
Oh, that's not acceptable. Wait, is that just did it just because it lost the server, or is it just let's go capture one and I'm just gonna log out and see? Because that's not okay. Resetting all the way out. Gonna assume that was just because of the, although, well, no, the delta didn't start until like we were on that other one, but yeah. Well, yeah, let me actually catch up here because it was really unstable. Yeah, noticing very much so. What will we get instead of the blueprints when we have already all of them? That's just the resources. We still need the resources and stuff that we get from this. There's a whole new set of resources that is tied to that crafting from exotics. That is just, yeah. So you'll need the resources and stuff of this mode. But kind of, you know, what do we get out of Descent once we're done with all the blueprints? More Descent. That's kind of fine. That's just, that's just the reality of it. Is the base good enough to make up for the meager talent? Yeah, it seems to be. It's already added to the burst and sustain table, so you can go and have a peek. But it has so much higher base burst than most of the other pistols that honestly I feel it makes up likely most of the way up for not having a talent. So it's kind of Ouroboros style. Oh, the turret's still disabled? No. That was a turret shot. That's going to disable these turrets. Kind of looks to be the thing they're going for. It just has pretty high base. Here as well, though, I have the modifier on, so here I'm getting a 15% RPM from the modifier as well. So that's helping out.
I got a shot.
And handling wise and stuff, it seems mostly fine. It is definitely, like, it's not the lightest touch, but it's pretty easy to keep on target. But I'm noticing that, yeah, I'm not going for as much of headshots and stuff when I'm close. Just, it might take also just a little bit of time and getting used to it. Because with a card, I usually, yeah, I just go for the head. So kills, so is that? Let's see actually. So let's clear the kill squad first. Squad controller. What a name. I got deceived. No memento drop. Yeah, the servers are definitely kind of struggling. Here as well, it's like some stuff isn't registering. Animations are off a little bit. Squad reward. Initiate takeover.
Reinforcements incoming. Incoming hostiles detected.
So decent damage, but shit talent. Yeah, it's basically a non-talent. For instance, here as well, I'm just never gonna go for trying to trigger the talent or anything. It would take a while for my shield to even get low, let alone destroy. But you could set up your build maybe to kind of be more towards that, but you just wouldn't. At least I just wouldn't.
Heavily armored hostile detected.
Now let's see if we get all heavies or something again. I don't know. Oh, interesting. So it spawned an assault, but then all heavies. alongside of it. Right? Interesting that yeah, so it spawns multiple leaders. Yeah.
You're gonna be dead.
I'm gonna rescue, please!
And we do, of course, get the supplier room and stuff. This will also be good for new players because, you know, it's doing control points. Oh, actually, it doesn't. I don't get a. Oh, we don't even get a assault team. Or I'm like, where are my friendlies? But we don't even get friendlies coming to help. That's gonna be. I wonder if they did that just so it doesn't bug out. Because of course, no. Sometimes it could bug out, and then what you would do is fast travel away, right? Because, actually, no. So I can't even like fast travel to the safe house here. Like I've fast traveling is. Yeah. So just for testing purposes. Hope this isn't the case with this. That would be super annoying. I'm gonna log out, log back in, and see if it resets. If it was the delta, or if it was just if you get disconnected at any point, you have to restart it, because that would kind of suck. I mean, yeah. Also, keep in mind that it's a pistol, so it doesn't use ammo. You can have pistolero or ammo hoarders or stuff like that, or both in Summit. Wonder about something else. Yeah, it's fully modded. The winning. It's kind of that, yeah.
Entering safe.
So yeah, that's. Oh, that's not okay. So if you get delta, if you get if you crash out, anything like that, it just resets the whole thing. That's not okay. It needs to remember, because especially if it's like 4 control points of like East Mall or something, like that's not okay. Like at least deltas and crashes and stuff are less nowadays, but it would still be super frustrating. You get all the loot and stuff again, but still, I'd rather just have the completion. Yeah, let's go capture it again. Although that one, yeah, I needed to know if that was the delta or if that's just how this system works. It turns down to 10% amp damage for 20%. That would be 40% amp at. Or well, at least, yeah, well, it would be 40% at full, but it would be 30% if your shield is low, and I would just go stand in front of every explosive. Like, that's a lot. Keep in mind that that's like a 30% amp is more than any other talent already in the game. At best, I would say, like, for instance, you could make it, like, if you want to have it be based on kind of shield damage kind of mattering for it, yeah, just up to a 10%, like just basically literally the shield's health is a 10% amp bar. The less shield health you have, the more amp it has. But anything more than 10% with the base stats that it has now would be completely silly, or you need to balance its base stats. But also if the base stats are worse, like overall it's better for the thing itself. Oh wait, what? Oh, so at least this time. Wait, what? Oh, I'm in Delta attack. Although it did seem to, yeah, both of these are destroyed. This wouldn't be mattering with the Delta. Unless it spawns those? Maybe it didn't trigger the spawn on the... Because also, yeah, the rest of the wave hasn't spawned here. It's just this guy. How's it going, guy? How's the cleaning? Yeah? How's the wife and kids? Yeah, having a good day? I'm having an okay-ish day. Enjoying the PTS, but seems a little buggy. Yeah, no, it's not the kind of bugs that you can kill with a flamethrower, no. You can't solve everything with a flamethrower, cleaner man. At least it lets me catch up in chat for a second. Is in the Ace outfit in a shop. Yeah, it's Identity Classes. It's under one of the old apparel events. It's one. I mean, I can like you can show it in the PTS here. But yeah, it's in the. If you go into the outfits or into apparel and then go into like the. I can show it like what I mean. Hey, let me. Oh, oh, and either Danny, and yeah, thank you so much for the raid there. As I'm kind of catching up on chat, so I was kind of scrolled up. I suddenly see some movement happening there. Yeah, let's give it a shout out there. Hey, I hope you were having fun and hope you had a good time. Because were you on the PTS as well there, or were you just in the normal one? Because over here, I'm trying to PTS, but it's giving us a little bit of PTSD. Post-traumatic stress deltas. Don't use the backpack right now. Generally, you don't. Except for the triple take, which there you just take it so you can take the vial and
Safe area entered.
Yeah, so for the thing, although is the store fully active here? Yeah, if you go into outfits, yeah, so it's not here. But combined arm, was it combined arms? It's one of the ones, like, it's one of the ones in there. And yeah, the outfit, everything here is disabled because they don't want you buying anything accidentally. Now, yeah, with this, although keep in mind that this pistol is gonna be the climax mission reward, so it's gonna take kind of like with Tinker, right? Like we're gonna get it towards the end of the season. Which would be a main issue with it. I mean, you can. Well, actually, it seems I've remembered my timer because now I have a minute. Which also not cool. Minute 26 for some reason. And I was like, welcome in Raiders. And Nader and Jane as well. And Emali, and Afro, and KS, and Taco. And yeah, everybody else. Way too many there. Oh, let me see if I missed anything. Here. The division service, yeah. The fire alarm is still going. The cleaners are still attacking massive headquarters. Agent, we need to go to Malmo. Cleaners are attacking. That's the next DLC, right? We go save the servers. Actually, we'll see what happens when we fill the timer, because I'm definitely gonna fill the timer here now. Unless I run into a kill squad right now. That's not a kill squad. Or a kill team, or... Because that gives, for those wondering, what the issue is, the servers are a little bit unstable, so keeps deltaing. I wonder if it has something to do with the game mode, or just in general, servers are kind of struggling, or if it's tied to some item or something, doing weird stuff. But yeah, I have 9 seconds. I don't think I'm going to capture a control point in 9 seconds. I'm actually curious what happens. Okay. Including... Oh, okay. Oh, so we're in a special state as well. We're in I mean, yeah, we have to be in a special world state. We don't have the rest of the world. That's an interesting implementation. So that means that they have made one for every zone in the game. They're generating sessions. Because how else would you do this, right? Yeah, let's get a bunch of chat for a sec, because I'm kind of... Nobody else just playing. Okay. Yeah, well, at least here I'm trying to PTS. Okay, so we did get we get also tactical assessments and stuff from this as well. So, but yeah, we get the new special resources and stuff. But even like not completing it, I got 5 burning ash. I'm not sure how much we would get. I mean, I guess that's the cleaner for a special resource. Okay, deleted, yeah. Delta, yeah. Yeah, it seems that the servers don't seem very stable, but... Season was boring? Well, we also had the DLC with this season. I wouldn't say this was a boring season. The seasonal part of it was kind of filler, but we did also get other things. Progress is definitely not okay. Yeah, that shouldn't work like that. But yeah, at least so. Hopefully, by the time it comes to the normal servers, yeah, because here where the issue is with deltaing and kind of losing out with that. Does that actually so okay? So the other faction progress stayed even, so we could actually try going for a Riker one. Does it? Did they keep it claimed actually? Okay, they do keep it claimed. Afterwards, I'm guessing if I captured everything, it wouldn't be. Let's actually go to DC, because in DC I won't have as much big of a bonus. We came here as well to kind of get some bigger bonus from the multiplier. That's very nice. Indeed. What kind of a person can't capture a CP in 9 seconds?
Safe area detected.
I think that's a different yeah. And thank you so much to Danny for the gifted sub there. I think Taco will appreciate it a lot as well. I got you on this side as well. I don't know. So do not kill the boss that spawned with heavies. No, it seems to spawn multiple boss waves. And then on top of that as well, sometimes kill teams kind of are close by. What build am I using? I'm using a pistol tech tank, which, yeah, because of the pistol, the new pistol. Balance it doesn't have to be too. So. Yeah. I mean, yeah, you could always balance something around it. I mean, yeah. The thing is, though, that, yeah, you could do so much with it, but I don't think they want to have it be something that is actually going to be activatable. They seem to be putting it in its main stats, which I'm not in disagreement with either. Because this could make it competitive without it being talent-wise also on top. Because here, the killer, likely this killer pistol will still outdo it. By a little bit, especially when killer is active, or, well, a decent bit. But this needs to activate killer. This has always kind of so this is more consistent, doesn't need per se extra things on top, and then giving it kind of its niche and giving it a spot basically. And then it's fine. Could you explain, please? So at least from the way I get it, it's, you know, it's whenever you're shooting. So this one is tiering wise. So this is the highest tier, medium tier, lowest tier. So whenever we're shooting at anything outside of this, in this pack, it's going to have 125%. So when we shoot hunters, when we shoot rogues, leaders, tanks, shields, heavies, weapons, RPG, medics, controller, warhound, marauder, we're getting 125%. The annoying thing here is this should be 125% slash this slash another number because, yeah, we need to know what it does against the other tiers. Let's quickly do a number order calculation for this pistol. I just want to know. I've already made a big multi-calculator for this. So this is going to be gear set. Let's make this actually the what is this thing called? I want to keep calling it. Is it Tempest? It is Tempest. So I always had this as well in Eve. There's a Tempest and there's a Typhoon. And I always mess those up in that game as well. You can't craft OD gear? No, you can't. OD and True Patriot and one other. Actually, is it just OD and True Patriot? They're kind of, they don't have blueprints. They're kind of, we're taking them from the enemy gear sets. Actually, I know it's those, and then Hardwired has special blueprints, kind of. Well, but of course, yeah, it's like minutes of farming, kind of. Yeah. So, and then the the gloves are the inverse. So the gloves basically versus the everything else, basically everything that isn't listed there does the most damage. Which does more damage on LMG damage? Mind. So crit chance, I generally lean that way. Crit chance generally gets you a better result, except if you are shooting exceptionally a lot of armor. So maybe in PvP, maybe considering the DTA. Thing is though that generally crit chance and rate of fire, depending on what you're doing, is usually more competitive. On any LMG that is getting used in a build that is already set up for crit chance and crit damage, I usually go crit chance. Which one's multiplicative? None of them are multiplicative between those. Multiplicative implies multiplicative to itself, which none of those are. Damage to armor is additive to itself, multiplicative to others, which is the same for basically the crit multiplier, weapon damage, and stuff like that. Generally, you don't want to call any of the stats multiplicative. And as well, generally using multiplicative or additive without the to itself or to others is like, saying frequency. Like it doesn't mean anything by itself. Frequency needs to be a frequency of what? Kind of, right? Like it's a frequency of this. Because I'm very much against calling any of those multiplicative. Oh, that's like, yeah, it's validating. I mean, yeah, in my case, it's basically outside of the triple tick build, which is, yeah, using a pestilence and isn't a build that is set up for crit chance, crit damage mostly. It's mostly for the ticks, and there it's applying to the vial and to the bleed of OD. There I use DTA. For the rest, every LMG I own is crit chance. Let's so let's quickly run the numbers on the pistol versus a Card 45 with killer. Because we have the base number already. Already added the LMG, the MMR and the pistol to the, and they're just in the normal. They're in the normal file, just the main file. I've put them in as with PTSCs and then this, but I'm not going to make a special burst and sustain table for just like the PTS because it's just 2 weapons. At least we're going to check some of the other ones, but I'm assuming it's just this. Let's put the Tinkerer file away for now. So Tempest, we have that. Let's get the Card 45 as well over here. Let's put 2 of that, one with killer active, one with killer inactive. So we're on I have ungraded pistols as well. We can take that. Although actually here, that pistol is ungraded, of course, so that doesn't matter. So this is 60, 60, 60, 110, and then for now, let's leave them on 0 grading. I'm going to put 10 grading here. It's going to be the same 60, 110. What are we running? Oh, actually, yeah, with the memento on top, this would be 90, but no, that's fine. Because also I just want to check my numbers first. Oh, so we have intimidate. So is, let's just do it the full way. So 1.04 to the power of 9, because at this one, for instance, intimidate, hunter's fury, those two, those I would call multiplicative. They are multiplicative to themselves as well. And then actually, yeah, we need another set of brackets, because that's usually as well the way that other games use it. I know Division people use it differently, but it's just confusing for people. Like that, right? Yeah. Let's have it like that. Yeah, so what's our... So this is 55 and 129, and this will be 60, 129. We can also see if we can actually, there's a little, yeah, we can balance this crit out better, but that's easy. Pistol, headshot, 120. Then VTAC. None of those. Oh, that was it, right? And then we would have memento for another 30. Let's do that like this. What was merge again? Basically, or unmerge actually is what I want. Oh yeah, format. Unmerge. So yeah, let's merge. That's why I can use this right here. So this is memento stack. So 0. Actually, I should do it like this. So 30, and then this is 60 plus whatever's in this field. Just so we can bring in memento just by itself. Okay. And then we should do the same as this. What will happen if I do this? Oh. No, copy. That works out. So killer. Actually, no, we don't need that. We're gonna do This is with one is with killer, one is without. Plus 70. Okay. Let me get you in chat a little bit as I'm kind of in my own world. There's an armor break. I could have done a lot with it. I mean, it could have just been like a just optimist or even other stuff like that. But they seem to have been focusing on just giving it mostly a thing that isn't going to activate often. Because if it also had this 25% amp on top, and that happened often enough, here it's basically, okay, if you get yourself in a situation where your shield breaks, you'll get a little bit of damage bonus, but it is much more relying on its base stats. Like, the talent doesn't make a difference. You don't say correctly. Yeah, well, basically, the way, like, people call, you know, when you call, for instance, let's say damage to targets out of cover multiplicative, the way that that would be used in most games, that would mean that any source of it is a separate multiplier. So if you have 10 on the weapon and you have 8 on a Fox's Prayer, then you're up, you know, times 1.1 times 1.08. So that's also multiplicative to itself, because it's usually the to itself part that we care about. And a lot of games do work in that way where it's to itself. Division isn't. When you have two sources of DTA, if you have two sources of damage charges out of cover or anything, it's, you know, they add together, they are additive to each other and then multiplicative to the rest. And it's mostly that to itself that kind of matters. Yep. And sometimes it's fun to indeed indulge ourselves a little bit. Let's already do Tempest. So this is card 45, and then card 45 Killer. Let's get the RPMs and stuff in. I need to turn off the modifier because it shows an RPM number. Oh, this is 700, right? Wait, 795? What? Why? Wasn't it 700 base? Oh, it was ghosting the stats though. Okay. 30 to 16. And then this would be 3, 10, 21. Thing is though, as well, one of these is automatic, one of them isn't. Even if I'm trying my hardest, I'm not gonna, even with a macro even, you're not getting perfect RPM out of it. And actually that's why we're gonna add one more in. I'll change here just to play with the RPM. In the same way that, you know, if you're comparing, for instance, in the past with rifles, you're basically never hitting the perfect RPM, where auto weapon is just firing at that RPM. There's different weapons and gear. What do you mean? Oh, what I'm doing here, these are multi-calculators. We're inputting basically stats from the game and we can get DPS numbers out. I'm using my channel. I've lost my buff and can get back. Isn't there where swapping pistol can cause some issues? There's a bunch of stuff that can cause issues with Tinkerer. And yeah, likely in the you'll see a bunch of stuff popping up about it. Hopefully it'll get fixed soon. But yeah, there is a bunch of ways in which it can break, and then also in a bunch of ways in which you can break it. which can lead to shenanigans. For now, usually if you completely unequip it and then kind of just load the build and then put in a tinkerer, without the tinkerer being saved in the build, it usually fixes it. Was that already stat accounted for? Yes. We should actually check as well. Just quickly. I take this one. So this would be 61 and minus 12 because we have Rwenta. Is this more or less actually? It's a tiny bit less. So we would go this route. Let's make sure that we're matching numbers. Let's put this to invulnerable. DTA, DTH doesn't matter. Although let's do this still now. So 199. Oh, I need intimidate, of course. Oh yeah. Let's go get sharpshooter. Or I could remove intimidate from the calculation there. Let's actually go get sharpshooter for a sec.
We're doing better than I thought.
Let's make sure we have pistol selected on sharpshooter. Sharpshooter, when you enter cover, you get bonus armor. Set this again. Which also already checks out because we're hitting 199, we're gaining another 43%, which is going to put us in the like the 290 somewhere there that we have. 284. And I have 294 there. What is off? Oh, Memento 0. 265 should be hitting. I'm hitting over. Uh, 6110. So I should back calculate this weapon damage for a second. So 169, 327 with 60, 110, 0, 7137. So yeah, that's within the range of that. The weapon had detox, right? Although as well we're over, right? Actually, so why isn't this lining up? Is it 651 now? So 284. Oh, we have foxes per 18 detail. Input matters. 284. The rest of it too. 284, 386, 384, 387, which is close enough. 651. Crit on the side there. 651, 244, 651, 247, close enough. 625 on the headshot. Oh, I'm deltaing. Yeah. Oppa delta time. God damn it. Oh no, actually. Yeah. Oh, the mannequin isn't actually resetting its health. It's Sure, actually, well, we have the 651244 there. No, that was the crit on the body shot. It's interesting, sometimes like 10 seconds later, suddenly registering the hits, and then. But yeah, well, deltaing again, which is super annoying. I have to wait for the delta to actually happen. Oh, well, 625. Maybe I just do one shot. Oh yeah, 625 lines up with that. Okay, so for the most part, this lines up correctly. Yeah, so let's do it like this for the calculation. And then a further from the memento. Oh, the killer is actually not even ahead. And then, yeah, if we here, like, put this more towards like a 290, we're even further behind. Because the damage per mag and stuff doesn't per se matter for this. The sustain is higher, especially with killer active. But honestly, this thing is a little bit too good for being full auto as well. I could see this going back in stats a tiny bit. Like, it doesn't need to be... Because to me, what it needs to be is this card 45 with killer should be ahead on burst, just barely, and then ahead on sustain quite a bit. That would line them up, because this is also when killer is active. When killer is inactive, it's like even worse for the card 45. But this kind of now, from a damage perspective, like you wouldn't pick any other pistol. If you're running the pistol as the main, which for instance for that build matters. Wait, did the servers come back? No, we're still kind of in delta mode. It's also annoying that it actually doesn't delta us out. Maybe sometimes you need to wait for 30 seconds. Yeah, just suddenly you get to just aimbot goes on for 20 seconds. I think what it is just its base stats are really good. Because yeah, it's beating out on burst and killer card 45. Just for completion's sake, let's actually take as well. Let's take, as there is the M45 deck 1911, which on let me see my stash. Okay, I can see my stash. It's interesting that it's still loading items and stuff. Oh, so T12. But yeah, the PTS servers are very unstable today. Like, this is basically kind of unusable, but at least we can see that stats and stuff. Oh, and then all of this would be the same. All of this would be the same. Now we just need the base damage for that. Oh. Not that I would pick the M45 over it, but that at least has a little bit higher burst. But yeah, even there. And then it's this number plus 70 for killer. Because of that 2% extra there. But yeah, even that doesn't catch up to it with just base. Well, I'm also not per se against this. Like, it's an exotic. It'll just take up that slot. It'll be fine. Because also, it's not like these builds are popular. That might help the popularity of it a little bit. But with that, it sounds... yeah, so we, and here, like, I'm not even considering the talent of this thing on the Tempest. Like, this talent is never going to activate. But actually, yeah, we have like the 25% on top. Yeah, it's like way ahead on everything. Like, the killer card is keeping up on sustain only. But yeah, I'm not considering that multiplier at all. Like, the shield break is, to me, a gimmick. Might happen once, and then you get a little bit more extra damage for a few seconds. But also, if I'm shield breaking, I'm just going to swap to a main weapon. If I'm losing my bulwark, I'm going to swap to whatever, FAMAS or something. Otherwise, actually, with this build, it has a lot of pistol bonuses. So. But yeah, just by itself, just its base stats, so without even activating a talent, it's kind of very competitive against the card 45 with killer. Not on sustain, but on burst, it's ahead. It's kind of the Ouroboros situation, kind of. I would maybe lean into it going more towards that then, yeah. If I was them. Lose it a little bit stats, and then maybe make the talents something a little bit more impactful. Because I feel actually just basing it on the shield health. Like that's what I would do. Just berserk, but then for shield. The lower the shield health, the more damage increase you get. That way as well, generally, you wouldn't get too much out of it. Because it's also, you can't keep a shield low and then just expect to not lose it. And then maybe, yeah, make it keep that 25% on the shield break, even. So that when you do lose it, you still get that, maybe. But if it gets any talents, it really needs to lose a little bit on its base stats. It's gonna let me deconstruct. Oh, actually, okay. Seems like it didn't actually delta me fully there. Yeah, let's actually do, because honestly, the servers are so that it's kind of, yeah, playing isn't that useful. Hopefully they'll fix it tomorrow. But let's just run some of the numbers for the gear set. Let's take that as the basis. So if we go with that gear set, we're just going to equip all 6 pieces and just I was also kind of curious on, I think the backpack is worth using, but the chest is situational, I think. That was my guesstimate yesterday. Let's set it up. Striker Stealth. We'll always put a Cheska piece in. So for now, I'm just going to put crit damage on everything. Except maybe we'll make the glove crit chance. So that it is already. So am I? Because we'll likely need 1 crit chance alongside of a Cheska piece, and then like that 3 mod from a weapon. Although I can just pull from other places. Let's. Yeah. I'm going to overwrite this OD. And then also steal the mods from that OD. That must have had a high-end mask. Should have actually checked what it had. Oh, it's a quick chance mod. That doesn't help. Okay. I can take one from there. So it's the PTS, nothing stays. So more than happy to mess stuff up. I need to remember as well with the PTS. Actually, yeah, so wait. Expertise, by the way. Oh, okay, so it does still keep track of how much is proficient. So because one of the things I should do in PTS is already to get all of these screenshots for the named and exotic guide and stuff. We'll likely do that tomorrow, actually. What ability do you recommend using the backpack to reduce the feedback? It's now 10 seconds base. Still use the backpack? Yeah, I'm especially as well. So the setup that I have there, I really like that. The having a glass chest, because the hardware chest, it's not horrible, but it's not as good as a glass chest. But then especially as well the BTSU. So it's mostly I want those two pieces, and because of that, I'm taking the backpack on top. Most of the time, a 10-second would kind of be okay. Honestly, because you could take when they made that change, one of the things was like, yeah, I was considering putting a damaged talents backpack there, but I like the BTS2 a lot still, mostly for the overcharge as well, and the supercharge for the team kind of, because that is like actually a BTSU like that is a really powerful piece. This is actually, yeah, let's get rid of this. So I can just see how this looks. This is the Ace's vest, kind of, but then changed, right? Well, we can actually. Yeah. Or is it exactly the Aces? It's maybe even exactly the Aces vest. Oh, it's no, it's slightly recolored. Okay. Is it the same for the mask? Is this just placeholder? The patch notes didn't say anything about placeholder this time, right? Oh, is it Virtuoso? Is it the Virtuoso mask? No. Where's Aces? No, Aces is, yeah, Aces is this. No, that's also not it. Is that only? Oh, okay. Although, well, it is still a remodel, but it even like has the text in between there, like the text on the filters. But it is like kind of just barely squished. I wonder if this is placeholder, but no. Like they would have said it was placeholder, right? So that's it's OD mask. What is this one then? This one doesn't seem familiar to me at all. But also I don't use a lot of backpacks. Oh, is it Aegis? No. Aegis would have that. Also it has like 2 straps there. Okay, it's not a gear set. Oh. I'm gonna just a quick look here. But I wonder if this is placeholder or not, but also likely not, because like it is slightly changed. Yeah, that backpack at least doesn't seem familiar at all. But that's not also always a given that it's actually new. This looks like Araldi ones, right? Let's see if it's also a gear set. Is RLD? Similar but not exact, right? Oh no, actually, yeah. So these are RLD knee pads directly. Okay, so it's just a mishmash of a bunch of different ones. So yeah, first of all, as well, LMG. Of course. So what would be our options? We would go Jessica Chest. And then yeah, Coyote or Tinkerer. No, I'm actually going to stick in Coyote because also, yeah, we don't have Tinkerer here, but we can also extrapolate from here to Tinkerer. What would this land on? The 50.5, right? Yeah, same as Striker. Yeah, let's run the numbers on this a second. Thing as well, we can't really play. The servers are just way too unstable. But we can do some number crunching. So this would be tipping scales, TS. Typing scales. 269. Nice. Gear set. So MG5 base. So this will be 100 plus, actually, how much would this be? 100 plus 60, right? Yeah, 100 plus 60. Got 30 creating 30. 20 from that. So yeah, this is actually, let's do it like this. Is min 51 plus 10 comma 60. So we're just capping it at 60, but then we can see the 51 underneath it. Because that's kind of the, oh, actually it's 50.5 because of LNG. The 151 crit damage. Visible 1 crit damage mod, 85 LMG, 12 detox. So 0. So now, also we have 30% max size, so 130 rounds. So that's at 0 stacks. And then here we have 50 stacks. So I'm going to just do it like this. Not that, you know, hard to calculate out 50 times 2, but this way I can see what I'm doing as well. If I made mistakes or something. Also, that needs to be a plus. But yeah, it's 151 plus 50 times 2. Okay. So this is Koi plus Seska. Chest. So I'm especially curious what the different variations can provide. Ouch. Yeah, no. For comparison's sake. Uh, 20. Actually, exact same. Actually, let's take the contents. So this is also. Well, actually, this is plus 10. But that's also for the other one. But let's actually add that in already. Because we have Coyote at 10. Or at mid-range for plus 10, plus 10. So plus 10, plus that. Messed up striker there. And then this would also be is this number times 1.15. It wouldn't have the oh I messed something up there. Oh, I didn't. Okay. And also on a striker, this would have 15 weapon handling for. Okay, let's save this loadouts. What was I saving this? Yeah, so overwrite that so we can just run normal striker. 2.37. Because I kind of, yeah, this is kind of what I'm. Although it was also obvious that was going to happen here. It just doesn't have enough bonuses. Or enough of a bonus. Because a striker at full stacks, even a striker at empty stacks is basically at the same, of course. But because they're actually very similar, but then this doesn't have the rate of fire, but it has 30 LMG damage, but it doesn't have the weapon handling, it has the max size. But yeah, 90 stacks on a striker. Yeah. It's a almost double damage at 100 stacks. Although, as well, what we should be comparing is this one versus this one, which still is 61% more on striker for 100 stacks. Even if we put this at 45, 50 stacks, it's still 25% more for striker. Like, even if you're stacking just striker to 50 stacks, which is the exact same number for it. This thing needs a buff. And then also on top of it, it loses 6 stacks per second. Why? Yeah. Because even, yeah, at 0 stacks, the both would have be at 0 total weapon damage there as well. But just if we keep that, like even at 0 stacks, the striker is ahead just because it has a rate of fire bonus and universality there. And also the rate of fire will help it stack faster. Yeah. Let's try some of that. Oh yeah, actually back by is first. Oh yeah, you're right. But that's still not actually, yes. Good point. But yeah, that's still not going to match up. That's mostly as well. I was kind of actually looking at like the 0 stack here versus the 0 stack there, and that, yeah. Because you're, yeah, still 37%. Still a humongous jump. Partially as well, just because this is a separate multiplier and this is going into crit. Like even if this is going into crit with 200. And I think this is also the best version of it. Like with, although well, with Tinkerer, likely we could extract a little more, but We can also do a tinker calculation, but here are just both on coyotes. So let's try it now with the chest. This would all stay the same. Yeah, thanks for pointing that out. I kind of forget. It does make a difference, but yeah, nah, it's still... It's not going to keep up. The thing is also, it just does, like... At least, for instance, Heartbreaker. Like, if Heartbreaker actually was stacking well... Because also we need to go check that if it is actually, you know, stacking correctly and stuff. But if Heartbreaker was stacking well, it could be very competitive with Striker, just because it also has the bonus armor. This has weapon handling. And it's weapon handling for a class that already becomes more accurate and stable as you fire it. Well, especially accurate. Which, to me, is not a... Because honestly, with LMGs, you would want the weapon handling up front. Because that's where LMGs kind of need. Because once you start firing and once you're already going, you kind of... You're fine. Let's actually go, let's see if the range works. If the range works, let's actually double check our numbers. Because eventually as well, I would have caught that just by checking the numbers. But actually, yeah, let's check out our numbers. I should grab a grade 30 LMG from my stash. Oh, this is before, yeah, this is last week. So yeah, this is this thing, or the not this thing, this image that they're using. This is from last week, Monday or something. Because I think Tuesday or Wednesday, I think, or no, Wednesday or Thursday, that's when I put this LMG to 30. Let's actually set it, yeah, let's take it to 30. Because we'll run the build as well later on. And we'll go and try and run it in a minute. Let's get up here as well. These up. Nah. Thing is, this is kind of hard to, like, although I feel weird for them to go with another LMG stacking set. Like Heartbreaker, what is the difference between this and Heartbreaker? Basically. Right? Like, that already has LMG damage and then has weapon handling. This is max size. Like, because also, so you wouldn't want to use killer per se, for instance, for this, but then the max size would feed into like frenzy. Is that like the idea here? We use this as a frenzy set, because yeah, frenzy then feeding into RPM and weapon damage, and then the set itself is feeding into crit. But even then, like, just yeah. It's a little just AR, isn't it? No. Heartbreakers, LMG, and ARs. A lot of people forget that it's LMGs. But yeah, it has bonuses. That's AR plus 15 AR plus 15 LMG. But this is the lowest 2, and selling point easier to maintain, I guess. Well, the 2 would still be pretty lossy. Because keep in mind that, for instance, yeah, Striker up to 50, it loses 1 stack per second. And then up from 50 to 100 loses 2. Heartbreaker always loses 2. 6 is also such a weird number for it. Like, just... The thing with it as well, though, is it's not... You don't lose stacks when not hitting. It's when not shooting. But I'm not... I'm trying to, like, imagine what that would get us. Because, yeah, it isn't, you know, Striker, Heartbreaker, if you're not hitting the enemy, you're not getting stacks. But this is, yeah, lose 6 stacks per second while not shooting. No stacks are lost if the enemy is suppressed. So yeah, if you're just continuously keeping the button down, you're not going to lose stacks ever. So Bullet King stuff, right? Or, yeah. It's also just like, yeah, it's 25 or 37 weapon handling. That's also not that much. It's just, yeah, it just doesn't have a niche for itself. There's also, yeah, it's just another stacking build. Like, I'm not a big fan of just another stacker. Especially as well, it's just, yeah, numbers wise, it just doesn't. Because we'll also add in I think this is weaker than OD, I think, at full stacks currently. Which, yeah, it would just be, no, OD, oh, well, we'll just put one in a sec. Yeah, let's actually check our numbers. Do I need DTH or DTA? Doesn't matter. I'm gonna set this to DTAH just in case. Oh, everything else is in place. Yeah, so mid-range coyote. Because that should be that number, but that's 211. Well, this is... Oh, yeah, blitz rate, of course. Let's drop a blitz rate. 176, 176, 438, 437.9, so yeah, close enough. Although, basically bang on. Okay, so let's put this back to 20. Well, actually, yeah, no, this would be at empty stacks. It wouldn't have a blitz rate either, right? So let's put that at 0, actually. So now with a blitz rate and with everything else, this isn't counting all the stat hits. What's the wording on it again? It's just hits, right? So each weapon shooting. Oh, it is not even hitting enemy. Oh, wait, what? I assumed it's 50 hits. No, what? But then it's also not 50 rounds. So what are these stacks? So 100 rounds out wasn't max stacks. What? That's way too slow stacking. Yeah, it's not hit stacks, actually. I just assumed. But that makes this worse. Like, where do you even have... But then, is it rounds put out, or is it... let's grab a low RPM weapon. Let's grab a stoner or something. Oh yeah, I forgot the stoner has a different skin. So let's... But yeah, I completely didn't realize that. I just assumed there would be, 50 hits, which actually would be, at least seems faster than 325 rounds. Although, well, 325 rounds to do steady-handed. Although actually, yeah, what we should do is just stick a rate of fire mod in here. Although I want the rate of fire to be low, but it's still 600. It's pretty low. But is it per time fired or is it per rounds fired? Is it per second? It's 5 stacks per second, looks like. Eight, four, five. All right. Yeah, it seems to be per second of shooting. But even then, like, is that useful? The synergy here would be to have steady-handed, definitely. What is it? We can just keep firing and be at max X all the time. Thing is, though, 10 seconds of firing, like, that's a lot. It's not per se something easily doable. But yeah, once we're at full stacks, yeah, we can just keep it at full stacks. It seems to be seconds of firing. I don't know if anybody else has done some testing on this and come to any conclusion with it. Yeah, because it actually doesn't talk about that should be in here, like shooting build stacks up to a max of 50, 1 stack per second, or 5 stacks per second or something gained per fire. It's kind of important information to give us. Two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, so it's just seconds. But it's then 5 stacks per seconds of firing, so you need 10 seconds of firing time. A lot of LMGs don't do that. So I think steady-handed and then something else alongside of it would be kind of the way to go. Let's go back to checking damage numbers, actually, because that's what we came to do. Let me get you in chat for a sec. Easily the niche. Yeah, because so the thing is then with this, you don't at least care, but you don't care that much about RPM and stuff. But LMG wise, the stoner is just too bad. Wait, so I'm 60? Bullet getting an M60, I feel. Because at least M60 is, yes, kind of slow firing. So what would the firing time there be? So 15 seconds on the M60 firing time. Yeah, 10 rounds a second. So yeah, 150 rounds is 15 seconds. Because nothing else has max size plus. Because RPK, for instance, has low RPM, but doesn't have the max size for it. Stoner and such would just be way too low on the... Like, you're dropping so much burst, and you're not even gaining so much sustain for it in return. Actually, no, you're not even gaining sustain in return. Sustain is lower. So, yeah. Huh. That kind of changes the idea with this. But first, let's just input. Let's get matching numbers here. And Anders. Oh, do the shoe, do that again. Oh, yeah. So I guess the buff GR9 Starner LMG makes sense with the third percent extra mag, yeah. Although, yeah, well, at least GR9 kind of is okay-ish enough to use, but the GR9 also has a little bit higher RPM. Although its firing time would be kind of similar to the M60. I would likely go to M60 still though. And yeah, let me catch up here as well. What attributes are to be Stephen skill and a ninja? That you generally don't want to do things like that. Like you would gain so much more damage out of even if you want to go ninja, just going the OD, taking 3 pieces of that and then sticking in other things that line up much better. Sticking in contractors and sticking in something like even just Walker and Harris or something. Although likely here with the 30 weapon damage, but the thing is you're giving up also another 2 stats. It's kind of thing. You generally don't want a ninja bike a 3-piece gear set, basically. There's no real places. What the mad voodoo been happening to me all day in groups is 0 GPS can't reload, can't revive, it doesn't work, and tell my demo bounces back and kills me. There's no going to be this broken. I was where's Tinkermats? Interesting. I haven't ran into much shenaniganery in those kind of ways. It affecting other play people. So it is 0 DPS. That's interesting as well. We're having reflect kind of thing. If nothing else, just report it. So either through the Ubisoft Discord or through the support system thing to reporting bugs. They're aware that the Tinker is breaking in some ways. I'm trying to think of like what would even interact in that way to like reflect the damage or something. Anyway, it's crazy. I can imagine. I'm assuming as well you're in just live game, right? I'm in PTS where it's kind of just buggy, but more in a servers are kind of struggling kind of sense. Something linked in some parts of it. Yeah, there's likely going to be a patch at least for Tinker pretty soon, and then also for the boss, of course. So, because Tinker can be made to be breaking in a few ways, sadly. Stuff like that. There's a bunch of interesting stuff here. Especially the pistol is kind of interesting. Same for actually, we need to figure out what the glove especially does with the other tiers, because it could technically be really good. Depends on what on the other tiers the bonuses of it is. Yeah, let's make sure we actually. This is why actually I can charge it up with this, right? And then wait, let's have this reloaded. It takes forever to get to max stacks. Okay. Alright, so actually we should have okay, let's reload this. Let's do that again. Could have had damage numbers on, so I can just have it on this side. I'm basically going for max stacks with the stoner first, and then swapping to the MG5 to get max stacks going. Okay, so 211, 726, 211, 725.4, that's fine. 976, 056, 976, 054.2, that's within range as well. Okay, so these numbers line up. So now let's theory craft. If we're going chest instead, we would stick in the contractors, right? Nothing's gonna beat contractors here. Gonna give it to Coyote. Tinkerer would be basically the same across all of the other builds as well. Mostly. I know we don't have the damage talent in there, but we'll just keep the weapon damage talent out of it for now. Other thing would be, so Striker would even also extract so much more from Killer. Because it would be, you know, its crit damage wouldn't be at 361. So yeah, chest, contractors. Also do chest and Cheska. Because our contractors, we will lose crit for that. Actually, let me just make this one a crit chance one. Wait, shouldn't I be on the same? Oh, I should make the, yeah, let's make the holster the crit chance piece. And then the gloves here can be crit damage. When we're losing the chest, we're losing another crit chance there, of course. Because yeah, if I go back now, was I actually on the right crit chance crit damages? I was right. 50.5, 151. Yeah, so if I now go this and contractors with crit chance on it. Oh, we're losing Cheska bonus, of course. But that's fine. What would be the better way to do this? So we could go 47, we could go 48. Because I also have a crit damage mod on the weapon. I mean, let's just try out the number variation. Let's put that there. So now we have 75. We have 0. We have another 10. So we could go, because I know that would be, how much would that be? It would be 50. Yeah, it's in a very awkward position with the crit chance, especially with Coyote. Wouldn't be with Tinker. Because with Tinker, we could have 3 crit chance mods here. And we would land on 60.2 or 60.5. But for Coyote, yeah, let's just mess around with this and see where we land. Because I can take 1 crit chance here, 48. But we have so much crit, like we want to hit that 60. What we're gonna do is just both variations. Let's see which one is horrendously is less horrendously. So let's count. So this would be and this would be 127. And then this one would be right. Oh. Yeah. So this would be +6. This would be -12. Wait, the 58.5. Yeah, we're wasting too much of that thing. Oh, yeah. Yeah, let's just go with that then, just for now. Because also, let's do. I want to see actually. And also as well, this would have 8% DTA here. It's kind of the point of the contractors, but also for both of those, it was the same. So it doesn't matter for that calculation. It does matter for this calculation though, because yeah, if we instead put a Cheska glove in there. I think with the amount of crits we have here, the contractors is definitely going to win. So now we need to put this back. Because now we're on 50.5 again, yeah. And then this will be 151 again. I mean, yeah, we're basically just giving up a blitz rate, gaining the talent from the chest. So yeah, there's a... Also, let me check here again for a second as I'm kind of in my own world again. Where was I in here? So much difference in damage with the Coyote versus Tinkerer, which would prefer in conflict, Coyote and Tinkerer. Coyote likely just for the group buff in there. But the thing is, especially in conflict, it's like, yeah, those two, like, there's a reason you don't see many. Like, there are some Coyotes, but Tinkerer there as well. A lot of the talents that we use are on kill, at least on the PvE end, that like really make Tinkerer work really well. Same for, so also in PvP, you don't really want to go the streamline route because skills are really super powerful. Like an defender drone is just way too much value to give up for streamline. Unless you're very specifically like fighting somebody who's running jammer or something. The Tinker and Coyote both just don't allow, like you have Catharsis, you have things like Ninja Bike, which are much more aligned to the PvP end of things. Because it's, yeah, Catharsis just goes into so much more builds in PvP. All these bits and meta game changing. It is definitely so. It is a meta item that definitely is there, because you can make a striker that is more powerful than just the Coyote striker. You can, especially on OD. It's the main pick, I would say, going forward. So those very much are. So it is definitely as a play, but yeah, it's not as OP as some make it be, indeed. But also keep in mind that, yeah, for the time being, it's a little bit, you can break it in ways which are unintended and give it so much more damage. For now, yeah, I don't want to go into anything, but yeah, if you're noticing you have more talents than you should have, that might be the Tinkerer, and also, yeah, likely in a bit, people will just have videos up on it. It's clear, yeah. That's my assessing. Yeah, the image, basically the save that they're using is before that. We could technically do it in here, right? Could we actually? Is the scout available and stuff? Didn't even per se check. Oh, there is no manhunt in here. So yeah, we couldn't even. Oh no, actually the thing is available. The mission is available. It's just you would have to do it twice and do it on heroic if you wanted to have the Tinkerer in here. But also we can simulate the Tinkerer variation. But for now I'm sticking with Coyote numbers here. Oh, let me catch up on everything here. Yeah, do something. Well, I'll send you some thoughts and prayers to the RNG gods. No, but generally, you would want to go for an LMG that you can free talent, unless you just need the talents. That shouldn't take too long if it's just library needed. But yeah, sometimes getting the exact weapons kind of takes a while. Drop an armor and we get for drop. Only the automatic on some. Okay. Yeah. I need a manager, man. Yeah, doing pretty good. And yeah, the streams of her. Oh well, the stream itself is going fine. The PTS servers are a little bit messy today, so it's kind of impeding our ability to actually play much. So it's very delta-y and just desyncing a lot and stuff. But yeah, we got to go in here and do some checking. Yeah, so contractors is definitely more, but that's especially reliant on this. On 60% DTA, they kind of line up. Yeah, the crit damage is so much in here that, yeah, if we're gonna go, if we're not gonna go chest, we should go contractors. But yeah, the chest. So the chest is almost equivalent to the obliterate, but that obliterate is going to come in so much quicker. Because here we're kind of, all of our eggs are in that stacking bonus, or the shooting bonus from tipping skills. I would much rather split that out into that obliterate. that will likely come in way quicker than we get the buff from this. If we're kind of playing it right. So yeah. But yeah, actually the chest is pretty close. And can actually exceed. So the contractor one at 100% DTA rate is ahead of it, but that's at 100% DTA rate. Like I wouldn't consider 100% DTA rate ever real. Because even if we take this to 90%, 80%, 70, 75, you need basically a 75 DTA rate to overtake it with that contractors. So I would lean to just putting an obliterate chest in there. Let's just, for completeness sake, what if we just go Cheska Grupo? The backpack is kind of worth it, I think. Like, I don't think it's gonna make sense to not take the group backpack. I should have done this on the other character where I did have the pieces for it as well. This character doesn't have a Grupo backpack, but I can optimize this one real quick. I'm just gonna optimize it just so I can make sure that the stats are all there. Or with PTS we can at least. But yeah, basically taking Cheska plus Grupo, chest plus backpack. Although we wouldn't take Grupo, we would take Petrov. Because we're sticking so much into crit damage. Although actually let's run both numbers. So yeah, Coyote goes away as well, meaning that we need to actually reach 60. So we're at 50.5. So if I flip the weapon and then another 6 crit chance mod. Yeah, so now we go to this set of numbers. So this is plus Grupo BP. Plus Petrov. So yeah, this would be 60, that would be 70. Let's make sure we're lining these numbers up. So this would be by itself 61.5, but capped at 60, of course. It'll be the same for both of them. And then the Grupo one is 142. 2. And then 50 stacks of 2. Yeah. And then this other one would be basically minus 13. Okay. Same other stats. Oh yeah, that's absolutely not worth it. Well, we're missing somehow. Actually, wait, is it not worth it? Because this should be 45 total weapon damage, right? Yeah. Actually. Oh wait, what? Ha. Are we pushing crit that high? We are. Wait, I thought the backpack would be worth it. But no, we're pushing crit, so it's not. I made fun of it and I was wrong. Is everything else lining up? Let's actually check the numbers on this one to be sure as well. So we do need a 12 crit mod for this. Is this the metric they've balanced it around? I wonder. There's also gift sacrifice will likely exceed this by a lot. Although we're on 100% headshot rate, which wouldn't be bad. Yeah, I don't know whatever numbers. T55-836. T55-834.9. That's close enough. 874-959. 874-955.3. That's close enough as well. So that lines up. Yeah, what if we drop the headshot rate? Oh, yeah, okay. So, yeah, that. Yeah, we're pushing up crit so high that, yeah, the headshot rate really matters. If we have about a 20% headshot rate, then, yeah. But now the chest also. Interesting. Because that chest now also pushed a lot forward. Huh, interesting. I didn't think the chess would be competitive. At least against Obliterated is. Should make a glass version of it as well. But yeah, let's actually just leave that there. Let's catch up here. Because maybe we'll go and run this, build a little bit. Just we'll run this in the open world and just get a feel for it. I think I'm gonna run it with M60. I think. What to use for OD and Thinker with Situs and Pressure Point. So either an MG5 or any of the M249 / Mark 46s. I think the M249 / Mark 46 is kind of line up well with it as well. The nice thing about the MG5 is a fast reload, but you also have a reload bonus on OD, so that helps it. I've been mostly running either of those two. That's my two preferred LMGs anyway. But for this, actually, I'm going to take an M60. Because I think that will align better with it. How about the MG5 on secondary? Don't I have a graded M60? Likely not, actually. I have a graded good times. But that's not what we're looking for. Yeah, let's go run the... I kind of want to run the chest backpack talents version. I also need to check actually on empty, although the empty numbers will be the same, but then kind of at like half, one's obliterated is in and half stacked kind of. Let's actually run it with the chest and backpack. And contractors. Alright. But yeah, let's see if we catch up for cars. Eventually stacking one reload on some or something. Yeah, it loses quite a bit. To a degree that's like Bullet King, but yeah, Bullet King also like loses a lot. Like not having like the damage challenges are so big nowadays. Oh, I didn't save it with that. Actually, let's save it like this and then mess around with different variants. Still think I would lean towards the obliterate version just because you get that obliterate bonus in that will take off the edge a little bit, and then you can stick around for the rest of the bonus to come in. But at the end of the day, like just this, like even with the metrics we're using now with 20% headshot rate, an obliterate striker is 25% ahead of this at max stacks, and it's gonna reach max stacks much more consistently than this thing will with the same weapon. I'm just like triple checking my stats there. Yeah, that's obliterate striker. Like a 25% up to. This means that this thing is actually likely weaker than OD with SATA stuff, which is kind of an issue for her. There's a talent. Yeah, actually as well. Also important indeed. You never want to, if you're using Tinker, you never want to use this second weapon. To the degree that I'm likely going to stick purple weapons there, just for the lulz. Yeah, let's go actually murder something. Just whatever's. Actually, you know what? Let's go do a mission. I want to see as well, indeed, yeah. How much better is it missions or the thing? What mission do I want to do? I think I'm just going to do a Lincoln just to be quick. I was about to say Lexington. In Division 1, I keep calling Lexington Lincoln, and then here I have the other way around. It's not bad for one. Yeah. Frenzy is also really good indeed. For LMG towns. Here, though, I wouldn't want to. I want the consistency for now. Just to get a peek for it. Oh. Version. Oh, for the gear set, I feel it should be more balanced. Maybe around like adding in some utility would be nice to it. Maybe once you kind of like at 25 stacks, you gain like 0.5% regen, and at 1% or like at 50 stacks, you gain a percent. You can do stuff like that without adding to its damage, adding to its utility. Oh, so no, I haven't heard much of that or about that. There's the post on his channel that was, but that's also a month ago at this point, where yeah, I did confirm that they were somewhere, and yeah, their stuff is over, but yeah, he's not in a spot to do anything. That's on the shirt. I haven't tried it out much yet. I feel it's just like situationally it might be really great, but yeah, the 124% amp. But I started like for just general use, I want to use it. But likely for like speedruns or something, like if you have the right type of enemy, it's going to be really great. The thing is that so many people just run determined. Like MMRs are always like at the end of the day, like, yeah. And then also, I don't think it'll really open up anything new because Nemesis also exists, and Nemesis already does. I mean, I guess actually still more than it. We could try in a sec. I haven't actually touched it yet, but as I say, we also have like 4 days here with PTS. So plenty of time to test everything. I'm just taking my time as usual. Oh, is we gonna get it? Search. Thinkers only. Okay, something best with strikers and only version. I wouldn't say, like, I would not put Tinker below Coyote in general. They can, like, especially, yeah, Tinker can exceed Coyote by a lot in the right situation, so yeah, I wouldn't agree with that. Oh, I finally got one complete. Right here. 2 seconds here. That's an extra gloves. On paper, they look kind of nuts. But really, that will depend on the. Yeah, I haven't tried the gloves yet. Mostly, I've just tried the pistol so far and the gear set a little bit. Likely the glove, shroud, and stuff. I'll jump in on tomorrow. Because I like as well. Here, I'm gonna finish up this, and we're likely gonna jump back to real mode. I saw we have LMGs in the.
Vital signs critical.
That was delayed by a lot.
Agent out of action.
Yeah, I think it's here also the servers are just kind of super wonky. Yeah, trying to get those stacks is. Oh, now as well, actually, so we're not getting more stacks per second. Okay, yeah, no, that chest has been kind of useless. Because that's the thing, I just, from the start of it, I just kind of assumed it would just be, you know, the same as Striker, Heartbreaker. It's per hits. No, but it's per second fired, or at least it seems so. Doesn't seem to be rounds fired. It seems to be the same on an MG5 as it is on a Stoner, which have pretty hefty RPM differences. Seems to be basically at the same 5 stacks per second and then just 10 seconds for the 50 stacks. But then this takes it to 75 stacks, but now we need 15 seconds. Actually, do we need... Let's actually check as well. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, so 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. So yeah. It adds another 5 seconds of firing before we get to the max buff. So let's not do that. Instead, let's take Obliterate and bring that bonus in much quicker. Doing it that way. Let's actually double check here. Oh, actually, as well, my gun is not set up correctly. I need 2 crit damage mods. Yeah. Yeah, let's save this as loadout instead. Alright, let's reload this. Let me catch up here as well. Seems extremely not practical, kinda. Let's actually make sure. So this is 10 now, right? 1, 2, 3, yeah, 4, 5, yeah, that's halfway. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, so that extra 10 stack or 25 stacks, yeah, that also means an extra 5 seconds of firing time. Yeah, no. Thing is though, when we go like Obliterate Vigilance and we take this to just being 100 crit damage, we can exceed that just in bonuses normally, I think. I don't know, it will be 3 pieces, but at max stacks it would likely exceed it, but we, yeah, like at that point it's likely just above a glass red at full stacks. Just barely, but then only once it's at full stacks, and then like the glass red is just from the first shot. Let me catch up here actually. Hey there, Ernie. Why can't I scroll? This is odd. Oh. Even the Twitch chat is kind of messy. Oh, it's weird that the command didn't work there. Let me try. Oh yeah, oh, commands don't seem to be working. Nightbot is gone to sleep. But yeah, if you need the build collection, I'm guessing. Oh, I'll just put that in both chats because it looks like the build with the Nightbot is having issues. Is it just the entire internet having issues tonight? Just gameplay. Yeah, I mean, I generally, yeah, like to test that kind of slowly. I never enjoy jumping from one thing to another real quick because as well, I just don't get a feel for it. I'm not that level of ADHD-ish myself. It's under 5 rounds. Thing is, this like Virtuoso and stuff, like this is still enough of a bonus.
Immediate medical assistance needed.
Yeah.
Agent down.
To just, yeah, get through heroics. Oh, that's already listed. Should give a reload bonus. If firing time, if you know, the firing thing is a thing, it should give a stacking reload bonus depending on how many stacks you have. Although actually it does, right? It does weapon ammo. Never mind. But it just says 37%, or well, 25% here at max stacks. Like 25% weapon handling is nothing. Like it should give just reload speed and can give maybe like 75% reload speed or something. Something silly levels. It does. Yeah. And it's weird that the bot commands aren't working, but yeah, if anybody needs any of the links, just let me know. I have them all as well. Also, actually, in the build collection and stuff, there is an About Me file. So from there, you can also find the links to everything else from the calculators and the DPS tables and stuff like that. Umbra, but weaker. I think this is actually at full stacks weaker than Umbra or OD, I think, here. Let's actually add an OD to that calculator and just compare. But first, let's finish off this mission. Also want to see actually how much doing a mission here on Heroic with no directives. That's to the retaliation bar.
Can't believe I'm still standing. Son of a bitch.
Behind them!
All clear. I repeat, the compound is all clear.
No, that can't be all of them. Check the interior while I get Henry's people to maintain the perimeter.
Because for a lot of things, this just also wouldn't work out. Like if you're just doing activities or something. you're just not even firing for that long. There isn't enough enemies. Doing accelerating. I mean, yeah, we've gotten. The thing is, in Div 1, they only added a few. There was just only a few patches. Division 2, every season has been a new gear set. But the thing is, as well, there's plenty that are kind of active enough. You know what this should do, actually? If firing time is so important, it should actually give ammo and kill. That would be what I would do with this. Have it have maybe like 10% ammo and kill. Which even for like, yeah, if you're using a stoner with extended mag with this, you would just, that would still just be like 38 rounds. But 38 rounds on a stoner would be enough that you would keep it up for quite a while. But even here, if I'm getting back like 19 rounds every kill, I'm still going to run out of ammo eventually. But not as quickly.
Damn it. The true sons have turned the memorial into a base.
I feel that's what, yeah.
Area beneath you with increased
Well, I mean, there's a lot of ways you
Isaac
could
can't
do
actually
that.
stay on
Actually,
this
that
location.
makes
Stay alert.
Yes.
I don't know what you're walking into.
Yeah. There's a lot of ways to solve this, but I feel that would be like in keeping with the thing, right? I feel. As long as you're getting kills, you get to shoot longer, keep your buff up.
Careful with those rounds! You want to kill everybody in here? You hear that?
DC-62 detected.
Heads up. Isaac's just ID'd those shells with chemical weapons. Can't afford to let the true sons escape with those. You gotta find a way to close up.
I still prefer the descriptions in Division over some of, for instance, the Destiny ones. Where it's just after a kill you gained more damage. How much more damage? Just more damage. Like, yeah, some of the Division ones, at least, for instance, yeah, this season one as well, like that they didn't put the other numbers for the gloves and for Shroud. Because honestly, that's very important. Like, yeah, it's doing 125% or 30% to, like, you know, the listed one, but yeah, how much is it on the other ones? Because, you know, that matters just as much.
This fucker's dead!
Stacks are already gone again. How much you want to bet people are gonna put this together with Backfire, even though it's LMG set, and just go like, I have 70 billion crit damage, and basically zero return on investment. How much does Umbra actually have? Crit damage 120, right? At max stacks. So this still has more. Let's go to do this build. And the damage feels, this feels actually super weak. Like for solo scaling, honestly, a striker, because I'm also like, I'm full red here. Like that's kind of carrying the. Kind of curious to see actually. The boss fight is a little bit longer engagement, and this also will be a little bit longer engagement. But if we were on a striker, we would just be killing just as fast and without needing much, you know, needing much different playstyle or anything. But then there's also this, like, just even a few seconds of, because Striker would still, if I was at full stacks with Striker a second ago, I would have still been on mostly stacks. It's just lose the stacks also, like crazy. Let me get you more here. Any good? No current weapon has that. No, I think he has. That would just be
That should
the
keep them from getting more of those
chatterbox.
mortars.
Percentage on kill return.
Smart? Fuck you. You slot yourself in with us. I'll make sure you rot down here.
It's like RPM. Thing is, here we want something with lower RPM. It's very reliant on the firing time. That's also why, yeah, I'm not using an MG5. We need basically the long extended firing times of the of something like the M60. M60 of the slower firing weapons, it's kind of the best pick. Oh, and either GC, and thank you so much for the raid there. As always, much appreciated. Hope you had a good stream and hope you had some fun. Guessing you were in BTS as well, likely struggling in the same way with some of the deltas and such. As I've been deltaed, I've been raptured quite a bit today. This one actually, this thing kicks quite annoyingly, especially compared to an MG5. But the MG5 just doesn't have the firing time. Faster. Read the chat. Yeah, it's at 6 stacks per second. Like, yeah, we're losing 50 stacks in well, just over 8 seconds. Yeah, because that would be 48. I don't know where it's going. What should be next? Oh yeah, there's a. If nothing else, it just needs a bigger crit number. Because yeah, let's actually in a second, yeah, kind of put it up against, OD and Umbra and stuff. It's there as well. Like Striker would have there been on like 60 stacks or something, and I would have exceeded the full damage that this at a full stacks would be. I'm just gonna hold the button down.
I have it. Head down next time.
My button is stuck.
Good work. Go on and head back up.
Already dead yet?
The team from the campus is taking position inside the memorial.
There, I kept my stacks. Because even at full stacks, it feels weaker than Striker at full stacks. Just in kill time and stuff. By quite a lot as well.
If you hadn't stopped them, I know they would have used those weapons on us, and we would have ended up like Castle. I can't tell you how relieved I am to have you on our side. Thank you.
Oh, G9 or Quadrat. G9 would also be. The thing is, G9 would have around the same firing time, but actually much lower burst and sustain than M60. Like M60 is actually pretty higher than a G9.
You should be proud.
G9 we could take steady-handed on it, and then, you know, kind of keep firing continuously, try to get the 100 hits in. Because even there, we could definitely take the rate of fire mag. We would still have 200. How much mag size was this? 30%, right? So we'd have 260 rounds. That would be more than enough, even with the rate of fire mag, to get steady-handed consistently. Zone suppression. That could be interesting. Disorient on suppression would also get them out of cover right away. that could actually be a thing. Right, Bullet King. The thing is, Bullet King is just going to be so much less damage, especially when we're comparing to a weapon with killer talent. It's just not going to keep up to that. And actually as well, indeed. Welcome in, Raiders. Actually, yeah, for those maybe unfamiliar with me, if there's fresh faces out there. Hi, I'm IKEA. As usual, I start my videos and I do division stuff and testing stuff and number crunching, and let's go actually crunch some more numbers here. That's kind of the things I do. And yeah, over here, I'm kind of doing some testing on PTS. I usually go pretty slow, but also we have 4 days this time, so we have the time. I've mostly played around with the Tempest, the new auto pistol, which looks actually very competitive. And then now as well, I'm kind of trying out the gear set, which doesn't look very competitive. Let's actually run the numbers up against OD. Because, yeah, I was doing... Actually, let's grab OD 3.01. Yeah. At some point as well, actually, I need to make new build pictures with Tunkerer. 4Ds, of course. But let's say we take the same... Same weapon. Although actually its reload would be... You know what, let's actually go to character 3 as OD. Let's get it... So, OD... We're excluding weapon talent here as well. Only still. But I'm curious as even before that how much it'll
Safe area entered.
how much it'll do. So we'll have a 50. Yeah, so also we're gonna act as if we have the same MG5. Should maybe put one in the stash. I think all of the MG5s I have now are on that character. Pulled a bunch of them out.
I've got what you want, Agent.
Oh no, I should have one here. We'll just take that just to take the stats from it. So it will be the same. Well, actually, basically this, but then this would be is. Why is this less than the striker by a crit damage roll? Oh. Actually need to, yeah. And it should be, I was gonna say it should be the same. Crit chance, crit damage as that striker. We do have vigilance. Although let's actually go with wicked. Yeah, we should. We need one with killer or something in there. Let's do it like this. Yeah. So we'll move these. What do we do? Oh yeah, that's like that. Okay, so these to go there. These go there. This empties out. Basically, gonna crunch these all together. Go like that. Actually, it'll be easier just to do that. Oh no, now this is the 8, this is the 0, and the rest is all zeros. Yeah. And all of these are going to be tipping skills, except that one. So we just need to move these. Okay. This OD has a faster reload. 211. And then, yeah, so this would be... Well, actually, yeah, killer is just a bad choice for this, isn't it? So this would be this one. Can I bring in
I hope I get more of these.
we could bring in measured. But you know what? I'll just stick killer in here. That's still an increase, because how much is this? Is this divided by that? So killer is 16% here versus like the 18 to 20 that it is for striker, which is still okay. It's still like 16%. And then here we add sadist. So at full stacks, this thing is just barely out of OD. If we're going the obliterate version with killer active versus sadist on the OD. And that's the non-tinkerer OD, because as well, we have a new version of OD where we can go tinkerer plus tipping point, or tipping point, pressure point. Tipping skills is in my head. So actually the new OD is ahead of this, just outright. And that's just always active almost, except for on mechanicals. Let me get you up here. Is this PTS? Yes. Was a stoner? Stoner just does not have any, like, burst and sustain wise. A GR9 is that, but so much better. It does handle great, but it just does not have damage at all. The only reason the blue screen kind of, well, even based on that, yeah, it needs like a 20% rate of fire. It needs, yeah, a 20% basically increase to be competitive as just an always active talent. Well, thank you for the kind words there, Seb. I should link to the spread and tipper. Oh yeah, this I'll put this actually in both chats. We're likely gonna also round out here with being in the PTS. Mostly because I'm hoping tomorrow it'll be a little less wonky. So we'll leave this here. We looked at Tempest, we looked at tipping skills, and then tomorrow we'll continue looking at Shroud and if we can do anything with the brand set, and double checking if as well how Shroud and the glove work numbers wise, and then also if the new talent is just weapon damage. Well, I'm hiring you for marketing there, Seb. And then a bread basket. Whatever. Yeah. And this is also so likely next. When would that be? I'll likely move that up to be next Tuesday. I'll likely put out my thoughts on the PTS once we've kind of filled this all the way in, kind of. Because we'll just keep adding to this and other places and just make some notes.
I need to get the smell out.
They're pretty good with paying attention to PTS feedback. Overall, yeah, they do, but there's definitely, for instance, Streamline, getting changed and stuff, or some other things here and there getting altered. Sometimes, yeah, it's not, I mean, it depends, right? Like, because the thing is also, people go like, they should listen to the community, but the community is like 1,000 different voices saying 2,000 different things. Let's swap over back to the main game. I wouldn't mind just playing around in the main game a little bit more just because we can play there. Here, definitely the servers, even there on that run, here and there, it just was almost dying. So I'm loading up into the normal version. I saw actually that the Downtown West seemed to be LMGs. I don't mind going bounty cheesing there, and maybe we can get a team together to go do that. Can't wait for that Alton drop, yeah. Other thing is they're running out of talents, and they just always want to have 2 names in there. Because neither of the name gear is useful, honestly. Same, for instance, as well on gear. You can just take 30 accuracy on weapons without giving up the brand bonus and stuff. For the 38% accuracy holster? Was it the holster? Was one of the... Was it a holster or knee pad or glove? It was one of the non-mod pieces. Oh yeah, let's go to normal game. I need to of course load up on this character. Let's show how many bounties I've saved up here. But yeah, I'm gonna go bounty cheese, which also for XPing and stuff can be pretty good. If anybody's interested in joining me for that, I wouldn't mind some company.
Safe area
for that. If there's any interest. Because we have LMGs here. It's actually interesting. Normally PTS and base game have the same targeted. It's weird that, right? Oh, we didn't check actually what I totally forgot. Because usually in the PTS, whatever the modifiers are, that's the same modifiers that that the game basically has, that the next season will have. Let's go to let's go to Golden Bullet as well here. How many do I have on this character, bounty wise? Oh, a decent chunk. And a few there. Because everything from this character will go, as even from Southwest. When I pop one here, it's gonna go. Actually, I shouldn't have done a hyena one to start off with. But yeah, all of them are gonna go to this spot. Let's actually start with it is the same. What is the same? No, the target that's in there, or you mean in PTS, or? Because no, it was something else for this zone. Because I was like, wait, is it not this? Is it not LMGs today here? Because I loaded up in earlier today to record the only tips on Golden Bullet, the short. But again, if anybody's interested in joining me, feel free to say so. I think I'm gonna run triple tick. Unless I want to head under this, but also I really don't. Yeah. Somebody in the shared space
Near
there.
you, Agent.
Let's look at it. I do need a few more LMGs anyway. We haven't grinded in a while. Oh yeah, tomorrow we'll jump back into PTS. Hopefully it'll be a bit more stable. Hopefully they'll solve whatever the hell is going on. And hopefully it's fixable server side and we don't need to patch a patch to fix it.
Will survive.
So that gear set for maybe like golden bullet would kind of work, but then also like, yeah, striker would also work. Yeah, that thing at full stacks being just like, actually, well, it'll be behind OD in the end. Like it'll be, because OD as well just got that was a Coyote OD. That wasn't this place is especially good because there's only 2 doors where they kind of spawn, so very easy to catch them. And of course with golden bullet we can just
Hostile incinerator turret detected.
Target neutralized. Good work. You got the target. Nice. Target neutralized. Good work. Looks like you earned yourself another bounty. Well done.
the first half of measure going, yeah. That always also kind of works out. And I kind of need a few, although wasn't Negav part of that? No, I already have Negavs. We'll still take that though. Maybe it's better than the one that I have. But again, if anybody wants to join for some of these, because I have a bunch saved up, I'm just gonna farm this area. Also get some LMG parts out of it. Last am I full up on LMG parts? No. Optimize some, so. Because the cheese here is, especially that I'm going to stand here. Well, actually, no, I'm not going to stand here. I'm going to stand. I'm solo, I should go here. And when I pop a bounty, it's going to come right on top of me. With your AR build yet? I mean, you just stick and tinker into whatever build you're using, strikers, for instance, and just go with 2 ARs. And then, because the build side of the tinker isn't actually that, it's more just which talents do you pick. You can go with 2 damage talents, that's the obvious thing to do, but you can also go with, for instance, a damage plus a utility. I've been enjoying that actually much more at the tinker. Going just fast hands plus fast hands plus you know, killer, or killer plus future perfect or preservation, but also just, you know, if you killer plus measured, for instance, or measured plus ranger, or any like kind of those combinations. I think especially about the Tinker, it's because I feel a lot of people also just kind of go like, or think that it's going to be very change inducing kind of. It's not, mostly because we're, you know, it's just going to be talents where we already have. We're not getting like new weapon talent that, you know, we're not getting suddenly determined and we have a completely new tool that does completely something new. It's just, we get to combine tools that we already know and use.
Good work.
But now you get to have two of them. And what to me especially is kind of the thing is just to, yeah, for instance, take a utility. Give up some damage, but gain, yeah, for instance, fast hands or preservation or stuff like that.
That's the target, Agent.
Hostile assembling a golden bullet.
Two of those things is a bit of a dick move.
Serious trauma detected. Agent out of mission.
I was at health gate, so the poison just took me out.
Immediate
might have
medical
met that.
assistance needed.
I'm likely to die here.
Agent received a golden bullet.
Target down. Good job.
Oh yeah.
Thank you for keeping us safe, Agent.
Slowed it down, got it done.
And that's it.
Oh yeah, let me get Oh yeah, OD is like the big gainer for Tinker. Mostly because it has, you know, it's a build that already had a bunch of good talent picks, but we would just go with Sadist because that was the highest and most consistent. But then yeah, we have also Pressure Point and Vindictive and stuff like that. Trevor's Golden Bullet stack. Well, I mean, all the RPM stack on additively with each other. Yeah. Thing is, though, you wouldn't per se want that here. Although, well, what the thing is with if you're triggering Golden Bullet enough. Thing is, though, with a lot of activities and stuff on the first wave, you might have noticed on a lot of stuff it's broken and you don't. I'm actually gonna go touch the wall there for medpacks. So this is the old way we used to do it, is just go over here and then start the bounty. But here I'm just going to touch the wall for medpacks and then go back. Because that technically is campus when I touch that wall. It resets all my ammo and my medpacks and stuff like that. Should have actually medpacked there and then reset my thing. Oh, yeah, let me catch up here. Okay, so yeah. The screen's good. Yeah, blue screen's pretty good. Blue screen is decent for its talent and stuff, especially now that it has that plus 20% rate of fire that makes up for its damages. It's still not like a heavy damage dealer, but especially it can do a little bit of CC on the side.
Target is near you, Agent.
Oh, I did it actually wrong. Shouldn't be here. Sir, have you considered bleeding? Any of you considered bleeding? No? Just no bleeding?
You'll die soon, Agent. Agent.
Hostile has full golden bullet.
Spawn on the other end.
Agent soon enough.
Agent, target spotted.
Holy hell! Get them up!
Why are you hiding this much?
You got the target. Nice. That's your target.
Vital signs critical.
Isn't the last one yet?
That's the target, agent.
Hostile restore hive detected.
Target down. Good job. You got the target. Nice. Looks like you earned yourself another bounty. Well done.
Hostile assembling a golden bullet.
And yeah, the negotiators is pretty good for it. They just do the same thing, kind of. You want to hit multiple enemies, so they align in what you're trying to do. Yeah, no, I mean, well, if anybody does want to help, I put out the call, and so far everybody seems busy with their own thing, which is understandable. It's also, you know, it's Thursday night. So, but if anybody is interested, yeah, let me know. Actually, I shouldn't stand there. I should go there. Because like they'll do a bunch here. Some of us were drop chance. I'm gonna want Samanthas. No, it's just, you know, in the grand scheme of things, especially with how drop rates and stuff eventually work. For most people, it'll be, you know, you'll be missing a certain exotic, you'll be missing a certain stat in your library and stuff. That's just, you know, the how RNG eventually kind of works out. But no, Mantis should be just general pool, and there isn't like specific drops for it, which helps a lot with, for instance, here doing bounties. I'm likely to see a bunch of chameleons. Because they, for instance, specifically drop from bounties. So the Mantis isn't tied to anything, so yeah, it's just basically, unless you're set to target at MMRs as well, you're you know, you might see a full random one, but it's of course pretty rare.
Golden bullet.
Oh, we did spawn. It just took forever to come out.
Hostile completed. Golden bullet.
And here, especially as well, I'm kind of using OD as a way to keep ammo going.
That's your target.
Although actually here I could run Striker and just trust on getting the golden bullet, because the golden bullet refills as well are from the void, basically. And as we talked about chameleons, we're gonna see a bunch, likely.
Target down. Good job. Thank you for keeping us safe, Agent.
I'm gonna go grab the minigun. Actually, that's my thingy. We just want tactical barrel and just M249B. Light amounts of difference when handling. Just stability differences between them means a little bit more recoil. Yeah. Keep in mind as well that the military Mark 46 is in that same group, and that's the best one of those. So basically goes Mark 46, then as a little bit worse, the Para, the M249 Para, and then the M249B. For status pressure point, either MG5 or M249. Both are pretty close to each other. One has a worse reload than the other, but then has 50 rounds more. So those are the two to kind of play around with.
Target is near you, Agent.
Anyways, man. Yeah, catch your rant. Oh,
Serious trauma detected.
reading chat there, but of course they spawn in. Not when I go out of that menu, but when I start the thing. Medic, no medicing. Other medic, no medicing. Oh, that was named.
Agent incapacitated. Hostile completed. The golden bullet.
Target neutralized. Good work. You got the target.
Where do I want to escape to? Oh, okay, they got killed by the status effects and stuff. That's your target. Yeah. I see you, baby. Dragon Eye. Yeah.
Hostile hive detected.
One of these times I want Ice Ice, baby. It's technically possible.
Serious trauma detected.
Target neutralized. Good work.
We have baby there and we have Ice. What?
Immediate medical assistance needed.
They were chained.
Agent
Oh.
killed.
God damn it. It was the other one. But again, if anybody's interested in some bounty cheese in here, because actually as well as goes faster as in groups. Annoyingly, I already killed the name, so that bounty did complete there. So we can't redo it, but...
Target near you.
But I'll already pop another one. Should maybe just try just running Striker and just trying to live on the golden bullets. See how that works. For now, let's stay with this. Just a few bullets more, yeah. Although there was one behind me that I missed. I thought that heavy was the last one. Likely as well, that was one that they likely went over there and jumped over the thing there because they didn't come from my front. So they were a clever girl. Puppy, go away. Murder's about to happen here, puppy. You don't want to see that.
Agent received a golden bullet.
I got a golden bullet. Yeah.
Detected.
health gate, so this might not work out for me. I think it's also hyenas are kind of like, there's a reason I have so many more outcast bounties, and that's very much because of... Can you die?
Immediate medical assistance needed.
Target neutralized. Good work. That's the target agent.
What?
Vital signs critical. Agent out of action. Hostile completed the golden bullet.
Gimme.
Hostile artillery turret detected.
Target down. Good job.
I'm already full of field recons, yeah. That's gonna happen.
Looks like you earned yourself another bounty. Well done.
Let's pop all these. So also, I'm not the biggest fan of the triple XP. It's just, or 5 times as well. Ooh, way too many caches. Although the smart thing to do is at some point just to not open them anymore, but sometimes you still get useful things out of this. And for me as well, I kind of like, I'm not super overstocked on resources and stuff, so actually I need resources. I didn't overcap or anything when the watchouts were going away. But that also gives me a reason to actually care about loot. Let's go get our loot. I saw also there was another exotic there, which is likely another chameleon. Another chameleon. This is the like extreme bounty cheesing. So we're especially making bounties go here. You can always make bounties go here, but you would need them to be in this zone. Here I'm even set up a little bit more where this character doesn't have any of the side missions done. You don't need that. You need to have like basically nothing in basically this circle. So not that one, not this one, none of the ones in Southwest or in West End, not Southwest. This way, when I trigger a bounty here, it's going to go to the area that I'm in. And then on top of that, I'm going to stand in a spot where I'm just barely outside of the zone. And then because of that, actually we got a blue screen. But yeah, from targeted loot, exotic. So I'm going to go stand over here where I'm just outside of the zone, just barely. So when I actually open this bounty, it's going to come here. But then also this way, I can have bounties from Southwest, which is much better farming zone. Because also, you know, all outcasts. So when we pop this, it's going to come exactly right where I am. So these guys spawn there. And we go again. But also, yeah, I've farmed up these bounties and stuff. We're not kind of... There's no cheesing going on with having the bounties. The bounties are just have been gotten through regular just farming.
Serious trauma detected. Agent down.
It's kind of not paying enough attention there.
Hostile completed the golden bullet.
For a second there as well, I thought that I'd gone to the other side with that. And also this place is really good because it only has 2 spots where it spawns enemies. There is no running around like through a whole area or something. It either spawns from this door or from that door. Like that's it. This area as well actually isn't like originally. I don't think this was intended for heroic bounties. It was likely intended for just below, but now as well, you can actually make bounties from downtown west. They generally go here. Like that's actually. That's also the case, but bounties from downtown west are, you know, half hyenas, half outcasts. And also this zone isn't as farmable for public executions the way that Southwest really is.
Target neutralized. Good work.
Nice. Precious spirit. No, understand this.
For keeping us safe.
Oh yeah. Although on the other hand, they're like, yeah, I've gotten, you know, some good loot out of that as well and stuff. One quality of life thing would be to just have that not, for instance, take extra time. And here we get a chameleon. And back to the start and off again. I need to Eddie. But also again, if anybody wants to join me, because honestly this is actually easier even in group settings. So I have golden mullet as well to make it easy. Especially this zone being LMGs, I want some LMG parts. And also I need a few more LMGs.
Target near you.
Specifically, I have a list that for the weapon collection of my stash, where I want them to be with crit chance.
Target spotted.
Also, there's a thing here where facing kind of matters, so likely now that I've kind of gotten it to go over here, all of the waves will spawn here as long as I'm kind of facing this way. Solo it works less well, because yeah, for instance there, yeah, even though I was kind of... But especially in group setting is pretty consistent. But yeah, to do the full version as I'm doing here, yeah, you need a character that is set up in the way that this one is.
Target neutralized. Good work. Agent, target spotted. Target down. Good job. Hostile shock trap detected.
Yeah. There's already a few out there. Not from me, but there's some others. And I'm 249B there.
Hostage situation nearby.
Trying to remember actually. I think Prime has one. I think Tickle also has one. Definitely Virtuals has one. That's why I haven't made one. Like there's already plenty. There's already, yeah, exactly. There's already a few out there. If you kind of search for usually bounty XP, Division 2 bounty XP or stuff like that, it will likely pop up. I'll eventually make one too. The thing is though, I feel this is maybe exceeding nowadays a little bit what I'm okay with. So before we had OD, because yeah, this is a one that we knew for a while. I basically made this character in this way where I kind of didn't do side missions and we tried a bunch of stuff out. Especially it was obvious that, you know, bounties would go certain spots if you made sure that, you know. But then we found this spot. But then originally, because that was before OD had the ammo for the group, what we would do is actually run, after each bounty, we would run all the way back there. And you would touch a wall there, basically, which was also outside of the bounty. But then you would also get ammo from that. You would technically be inside of campus, so you would be in a safe space and you would get ammo back and stuff like that. And that way it was a little bit slower, and that one I was a little bit more okay with. But actually, I have a video as well with that method, but that's bounty cheesing on my channel. But that's that method. But then with OD, because it can give us ammo and stuff, especially for the whole team, you can also do it this
Nearby
way.
hostage situation detected.
So, but I feel this one's maybe a little bit exceeding what I'm okay with making a video of. But I'm okay doing it. Ninja bag, 2-piece brasses, and 3-piece stepping skills. I wonder how it compares to 3-piece striker version. First of all, you wouldn't per se want, like, yes, frenzy depends on mag size, but taking the, you know, the 3-piece brazos bonus, you're losing more damage than you would gain from that extra magazine size. You're much better off just at that point taking an M249. Also, nowadays as well, you wouldn't per se take Sleipnir anymore. Like, Sleipnir's timings just don't work out. You're much better off taking just an M249 and then just full striker. That works out. But as well, Ninja Bike, you always lose the backpack talent. That's too big of a loss for just damage numbers. And tipping skills just wouldn't do much for that kind of build. Because the crit damage there, yeah, that doesn't, you know, it's less output than striker just by itself. Also, you would be, you know, you're emptying out way too fast. For tipping point, you want to have kind of like a 10-second firing time at least, basically, to get to full stacks. Using anything that is frenzied is gonna really make it, you know, empty out much faster. So. The creative version. What are they in the side missions for bounty farm? Also, door spawn across the street. Door spawn across the street. Oh, yeah, okay, yeah. Just take some distance. Yeah, that can work too as well. That's actually a lot safer than this as well.
Target is nearby.
Especially if that's an elite LMG that spawns there. Although I'm not sure solo it starts with an elite LMG at all. Sometimes in group settings it does. But yeah, I would take a few seconds to get that killed.
Hostile completed. The golden bullet. Immediate medical assistance needed.
That's your target.
One of the things as well is just because of what this also allows you to do is, yeah, get all of these outcast bounties, which, you know, there's something to be said for if you get some hyena ones and some, maybe, you know, when the zone is invaded, also some black desk ones. All of those can kind of work out to, you know, get tactical assessment from those factions.
Good work.
But especially outcast ones are like super easy just because you,
That's another one down.
you know, just
Good job, Agent.
hit the weak points and just stuff melts. Quite literally. And Strago and supporting gear. Well, Strago is pretty okay, especially solo where you're getting most of the kills.
Hostage situation detected.
The thing is, though, that it's just in comparison to just running killer on a normal weapon, you have much more consistency. You know, after one kill, most of the times you will have killer up, just because the activation rate, especially on a high damage build, is going to be in the 80 percentile area. So 4 out of 5 times you will trigger killer, and then you have that up, and then, like, while striker can exceed it, especially with a few stacks on enemies, like, yeah, by the time you reach that, it's, yeah, you could have already dealt with everything just because you would have had earlier high damage instead of like later higher damage. But it's well enough, good enough to use, unlike some others. Overview of the situation. Oh yeah, definitely having a little bit of distance there. But I don't mind being just close. I kind of actually like it just for the high octaneness. Global modifier, yeah. I'm wondering if these sources are verified stuck together as total of. What do you mean, 2 sources? Or there's only the global event, right? Or what do you mean? But yeah, it's basically from the global modifier you get 30% at max. And yeah, I played around a little bit with it in Brooklyn, where I also had a green map, so getting the full 30, and yeah, it felt like a 30%. It kind of felt like it was at 25% a few seasons ago. So that's kind of still ingrained in me. But that modifier is actually kind of interesting. Although, here's the thing. Most of the time, I reset my map a lot just to have a full red map, just so I can go do activities. Like, I don't keep a green map. So it'll be interesting how that kind of works out. I'm also curious how it will work out, especially with retaliation. Although likely the thing is just I shouldn't do any retaliation on like this character, but how it'll work with, yeah, like I don't have this control point. Still locked behind the side mission. I want to keep it that way. Like, yeah, of course I could go do the side mission and unlock the control point. But I wonder how that will work with retaliation. If it just, I think it'll just bug it out. But I might try it actually tomorrow. Yeah, definitely. The thing is though, you did get black dust tactical assessments. With some of the global modifiers, it's not too bad, or global events, especially like SHE Expose or Guardian or stuff like that. It's not too bad. But yeah, here the thing is, like, I'm always way too full on, because of this. I'm always way too full on Outcast tactical assessments, because yeah, it is a bounty in the end. We do get loot for it. For this, you need to stack bounties in the map. Yeah, I've basically gone and gotten the bounties. So what I quite often do is, this is the zone that I farm if I'm farming bounties, or if I'm just farming open world, because this is already one of the better zones, and you know, I'll just keep it till there's a good targeted on this zone, and I'll go and farm them up here, and then they all go here. Because this zone as well has like a bunch of places where, you know, because this spot, and this spot can all be public executions together with that. Although this character, of course, has a side mission there, so it can't be. But for instance, here, you only have really here, the sewer or the garage, and then here as well. But that's like still a lot less. You can also have hostage rescue there. That's about it, right? But this zone as well, then yeah, it's half outcast, half hyena, so you get a bunch of hyena bounties, which is harder to do. But yeah, with this method, yeah, all the bounties from here. But these are, yeah, I haven't, like this, there's no cheesing with these bounties. I just got and then went there and farmed them. And every time we complete one as well, it just completes. There's no shenanigans in there.
Situation nearby. Hostile assembling a golden bullet. Received golden bullet.
That's the target, agent.
Because Outcasts are definitely the easiest faction for this. But with the right global events, not per se this, but more so, yeah. For instance, a guard or reanimated as well. I don't mind having a few black desk ones and stuff just for their tactical assessments.
Target neutralized. Good work. That's your target.
Alright.
Target down. Good job.
I know, there's so much shit on the ground here that it's like not even rendering the
Thank you for keeping us safe, agent.
the level of detail is just removing that. Reading over here, not sure if we can have a contested zone and control zone at the same time, but it seems like it's saying they both give their own rate of fire buff. No, so the combined amount of them gives a 30% at max. At least that's how I understood it. The thing is, contested just give a little bit less than an like controlled zone. So if you were to have like, you know, if you have all the zones captured, you get the full 30%. The contested, I kind of forgot how much it gave, but it gave less, right? That was the way it was working. So damage is insane. But that's so bad. Medium long range. Yeah, although, well, there's no per se anything special about the headshot on Striker, right? But yeah, especially you can hit pretty hard. I mean, headshots always, you always have a multiplier for them. This baseline on the weapon. I'll say again, if anybody does want to join for a few of these, although I'm not sure how much longer I'll go here. I like to do a few more bounties just to get a few more LMGs. Especially still need a few. Made a shopping list. I have it here somewhere. Get your toes. I just have. Yeah, because I think I got a few already. Because I definitely got a good enough GR9. I remember I got a good enough stoner.
Target spotted.
I think I also got an M24 Empire. So I mostly just need a military L86 and a military RPK. With crit chance, and then preferably that they're not too super expensive.
Target neutralized. Good work.
To optimize.
You got the target. Nice.
And that'll be the last LMGs in my stash converted to being crit chance third stats.
Good job, agent.
Because in the past I would keep LMGs that were the talents that I liked, and then so we could play around with the third stat. Because in the past, when crit chance and crit damage mods weren't equivalent, that's one of those. Oh, that one's expensive, although I might just do it. Just to get it done. Because it is kind of expensive of optimization, but also not too horrendous. And I would like have the right talent, and then the third stat would be the thing I would have as recalibratable. But I'm moving just everything to crit chance now with the changes. No worries, Mr. Burble. And thank you for poking in, and enjoy your rest.
Incinerator turret detected.
Oh, Chumsy saying I needed oh yeah, kind of that list. So yeah, GR9 Stoner and Pyra I think I have, but yeah, just military L86 and military RPK with crit chance third stats. They're not good. They're not the ones, you know, it's just to complete the list. Basically I have one of every weapon in my stash. For the especially for the weapon things and stuff. Oh, and thank you so much, Jerry Michael, for the donation there. Wait, let me clear out this way, and then I'll get to it. Hope you didn't do it. Weak point there.
That's your target.
Excuse me.
Serious trauma.
As a named, of course. They have really good blind fire.
Received. Golden bullet.
Target spotted.
I totally forgot actually to check, yeah, what I don't know if anybody else is in PTS or not, but or remembers what the directives for next season are. Because usually whatever we have in PTS will be the whatever we have actually in the end. This guy has special ammo now. What else? He has a special exploding butt.
Target down. Good job. That's your target. You got the target. Nice. Thank you for keeping us safe, Agent.
Yeah, let me catch this. Hey, thank you so much for the donation. Evening, one, thank you for your Canada. Can I ask a question about a recent weapon tier list you made? Yeah, of course. I mean, always feel free to ask. And also, yeah, no need to like donate for that kind of stuff. I appreciate it, definitely, but yeah, feel free to just ask away. On the list, which license very good. What sort of build do you recommend for it? I've just been using this simple high-end DPS build. Maybe something with Tinker. So for rifles in general, high-ends, yeah, just work pretty well, especially with Svea. You can either go even 3-piece Svea for the handling, and then also, you know, stick in Eagle's Grasp along the way. That's a popular way to go, of course. Or just go Fox's Prayer, 2-piece Svea, and then Fox's Prayer, 2-piece Svea, and then Sacrifice Gift, Coyote, or well, Tinker in this case. And then Tinker-wise, especially for rifles, going Rifleman plus. For instance, the thing is, you have a bunch of options there that are rifle, you know, rifle only. Rifleman, especially, pretty. Oh.
Agent vital signs 0.
Okay, I didn't even hear her coming, but that's fine. We're out of the band anyway. That'll help me reset my broken armors anyway as well. You can go, for instance, yeah, Rifleman, really good, but also Lucky Shot actually is really good for just spam firing. It lets you be much more aggressive with just getting shots at.
You need it? It's here. Check it out.
And I got to that one, to that one.
It was a pleasure to do business with you.
I have 20 caches, let's open these. And yeah, Boomerang is also kind of okay. Especially, for instance, yeah, Rifleman plus Killer, or Rifleman plus Ranger, stuff like that. Kind of depends as well. If you are engaging at a little bit of a range, like sticking in Ranger is pretty good. And then build-wise as well, also always consider, because the high-end and OD and Umbra are kind of all around the same level. Umbra can exceed both of those. OD can be, especially, you know, if you go Sadist pressure point, kind of with rifles can work pretty well. Although the thing is, OD in the end as well still will work better with LMGs overall. But you can definitely use it with rifles. But yeah, Umbra is also a really good rifle pick.
Where would I be without customers like you?
So yeah, a few options there. But yeah, the high end just works as well. Just I kind of like the high end. Dump these in here. Stash is also getting quite full again, actually. Because I think I already had a decent GR9. What could I know? Actually, no. I think I had this, yeah, this stoner. Because I had a lot of weapons are still like this. I'm trying to get everything to, you know, not have that anymore. Otherwise, these are Sleipnir, so it doesn't matter, but everything to be with crit chance, dirt stat, and then free talentable. Now with the weapon mods being different. But also I want them to be not too expensive because I can make it a long-term grind. And Aflexion. Oh, but in single feature perfect on hybrid build. I think it's most, well, depends on where am I? Lost where I was. Most hybrid builds benefit a lot from capacitor. So a lot of drone hybrids and stuff, especially if you're going the damage end of things, capacitor is like really good. because one of the things that, yeah, Tinker especially doesn't compete with is Memento. And Memento is also really good for those kind of builds. And then in sync, you have to also go like normal in sync, basically. And normal future perfect. And especially, yeah, normal in sync is, yeah, 30% on both ends, where a capacitor is 40 plus 60. Or, well, no, 45 plus 60. And then on top of that as well, it has a 10% crit chance mod and 30% crit damage mod. So even on that, it has more. It's kind of hard to beat a capacitor for a lot of those kind of builds. I triggered in combat? Oh. Actually, that worked. That's a hoarder. I'm like, how did they see me coming? But oh no, it was just they saw the hoarder coming. We're talking about Umbra. Thanks for solution. We're gonna trade Boomerang plus Killer. No, that'll. Keep in mind that Boomerang isn't a lot of damage, but it also that it gives ammo back, basically. That's actually where it gets a little bit of its value from. Because on the damage end, it's just weapon damage. It's one of the weaker damage ones. But then, yeah, pairing it with kill. One of the things you can do as well is just pairing it, for instance, yeah, preservation as well is also an option, just utility. Because, for instance, yeah, sticking in, because you would generally want sharpshooter as your spec, just for the extra headshot and the stability and stuff. Well, actually, if you're going that much handling, depends kind of if you're going with third piece Zvia. Kind of overestimated how quickly I would kill those guys. So you can go gunner, but yeah, you can also, yeah, for instance, stick in a piece of palisade and then take preservation on top with gunner, and then have quite a bit of armor on kill.
Target neutralized.
For instance. But the Umbra is really good for that kind of stuff as well. Umbra doesn't care about RPM, so it being LMGs or being rifles with lower RPM doesn't harm it much. And again, yeah, stack it up before combat and then pop out, get your shots in the reload, get back in cover, get a few stacks. There's a Pistolero, no regen, fuck, cool skills, and special ammo. Cool skills again? Actually, no, we had last season, we had scouting skill, right? But that means we had cool skills, scouting skills, cool skills. Oh, yeah. But yeah, back to Pistolero. And yeah, no regen, finally, because yeah, we've had Fragile for like forever, right? Because no regen will be fun for running some healing builds. But yeah, thanks for pointing those out, Skeeps. Because no regen seasons, I kind of like those because it means, you know, running stuff like Refactor, running stuff like Combat Medics has some value. Yeah, for sure. I don't mind Fragile at all. Fragile is one of the easier ones to deal with. Keep in mind that no regen is actually much harder to deal with than Fragile is. Same for Heartworn overall. Fragile, even with it bugging out, is still the easiest. Is this a Rewe Tinker? No, this is the triple tick setup. So in this one, Tinker wouldn't fit in because, yeah, first of all, yeah, you would give up. We'd have to give up the Pesty, which is one of the ticks. We'd have to give the Val up, and then we're left with one tick. It goes from triple tick to single tick. But this build, yeah, for instance, it being centered around an exotic weapon like Tinker wouldn't work. But the normal ODs will go. It will go that. But this one is kind of a special one. Consider weapon talents. Oh yeah, so for that one, especially for OD, it would be Sadist plus Pressure Point or Sadist plus Vindictive, especially. Pressure point has a lot of good uptime because I see there city splits. Killer would work as well, but killer, like pressure point is just going to be much more consistent. While killer is like 3 or 4% more than pressure point, just pressure point being active more is going to make a difference there. But then also actually, yeah, Sadist plus Frenzy, like for instance with LMGs, is also always an option. I feel with anything using LMGs, which on OD I use a lot of LMGs, sticking Frenzy on the secondary is not the worst choice. Just most of the time it won't be active, but then when you get into the big fights, it'll come in and just melt stuff. But here's much as well. I'm using this kind of to have an OD build just because it'll generate the ammo for me. Because here, what I'm doing here is, also being on 5 directives. Normally you would just run out of ammo. Oh, there's it. Oh, I should have wave spawned. We just missed everybody coming in. And this is also not the strongest build, but here I don't mind this actually for like solo play. Solo play. Suddenly went. Those guys surprised me out of nowhere.
That's the target, Agent.
Because this doesn't have too much damage, but yeah, it kind of spreads damage around with bleed and Val and stuff like that. Mostly as well, this is just the OD that this character has. Because I want to be on this character to do the bounty cheesing.
Thank you.
High five!
Safe, Agent.
Actually, do I have the... Now I want to make this work. Here. Actually, yeah, if we do it, if we do the camera like that, do some camera magic, yeah. Oh yeah, let me catch you one. Just don't pay attention that there's a gap there, man. It's fine. I can't don't know why camera is so annoying. It's not too bad. Yeah. Although, I mean, it bugging out is annoying, but just mechanically, it's harder to deal with the other ones, honestly. But yeah, I like no regen as well, just for it. With no regen, yeah, running combat medics, running refactors and stuff like that. Because you need basically some form of healing. You lose the out of combat healing, so. Very exciting just for showing kids from the next room when empty, yeah. Most of the time, actually, I just don't repair my armor breaks even. I just let them be. Bringing berserker mechanics. Yeah. Few of the mechanic or the passives there are actually pretty interesting and stuff. And also the actives. Says for friends, yeah, that works out pretty good to you. What primary weapon do you recommend? I'm kind of on MG5. I would say, especially if you're also going Frenzy, the M249 bunch. So the military Mark 46 is the best one out of them technically, and then the M249 Para and the M249B. You have 50 rounds more, or 35 more rounds more. Well, actually, we always have 50 rounds more. But yeah, depending on which mag you're using, kind of you have 135 or 150 rounds, you usually go gunner with it as well. That will help a little bit. And those are also pretty high up there damage-wise. It's more close. Says what's saying. Oh. He disappeared. Yeah, let's go get a lead. So this plus strained. Strained, keep in mind that strained is just not competitive nowadays, especially for OD. Like, just go measured, even is higher. But pressure points by itself, vindictive by itself, is already way more than strained. Generally will be even with LMGs in it. Neither gamer. Thanks, man. Yeah, no worries. Yeah, always feel free to. If you have any questions. Yeah, let's actually do a few more bounties here, and then we'll round it out. I don't want to make it too late today. Tomorrow, if everything goes right, I will be able to jump on. Likely a few hours earlier. Or I might even be able to do an afternoon and evening. We'll see how that goes. So I definitely want to spend some time with PTS. But also I want to spend some time with Tinkerer, because actually Saturday, either Saturday or Sunday. I likely will postpone it till Sunday, although I wouldn't mind making it on Saturday. I want to do my, like, the full Tinkerer video. For which I want to just have ran Tinkerer a bunch more.
That's your target. Target down. Good job.
Serious trauma detected. Hostile has flung golden bullet.
Looks like you earned yourself another bounty. Well done.
Give me some crit chance ones. Or that better one, right? Especially also on that one, like, I just need one. We're never going to use one of those because that one's worse than the custom on that Lady 6. Which one over killer on a Lexington? Wait, on a Lexington? What do you mean? No, so there we're talking about OD specific. You don't want to run pressure point just by itself. But when we're talking ODs, pressure points, you want Sadist first, but yeah, with Tinker, Sadist, pressure point, Sadist Vindictive, Sadist Frenzy are kind of the ones I would consider the most. You can also, yeah, go Sadist plus Killer or Sadist plus
Target is near you, Agent.
Streamline or stuff like that. Streamline also I wouldn't do, because that one is also, yeah, just a little bit more than pressure point. Thing is though that, yeah, Killer for instance as well, you could trigger Killer without triggering, you know, and then even if stuff isn't burning or bleeding, I mean. But sometimes here as well, right? Like I had a few enemies there that just didn't want to bleed anymore. Yeah, stuff like that. The diminishing returns effect from the status effects. So then at least you have Killer.
You got the target. That's the target, Agent. Target down. Good job.
Hopefully as well, tomorrow the PTS servers will be a little bit less wonky maybe, hopefully. Hopefully they'll figure out whatever is making them unstable, and hopefully they can fix that server side. Because yeah, today that was just basically unplayable. And another Chameleon.
Thank you for keeping us safe, Agent.
Sketchup here. What build am I? Well, I'm not per se testing a build, I'm just bounty cheesing. I'm using the triple tick build. Mostly this is just this character's OD. So I'm just using that. It's fine for solo play and stuff. Especially with Golden Bullet here. It'll be fine. Anything, didn't know you could spawn bounty in the area you were already in. Yeah, so technically, so here I'm in the bounty. Here I'm not. That's the trick here, especially. But then here, there's a bunch of other tricks happening on top. So this character, again, like, hasn't done any of the side missions at all. Like, none of them. But you especially need to not do any of the ones around here. So these 5, the ones in West End and this one, you don't want to do, and that one also not. Although this one's technically in here, but you don't want to do any of the side missions, but then you would need to basically level from 1 to 40 without boosting or anything and just not do those side missions. But then now every bounty that I pop in West End will go exactly here. And technically I'm not in the zone. That's also why I'm running OD, so I get ammo. Although actually here Golden Bullet would have actually as well. I could have ran any build with Golden Bullet there. Just in case I don't get the Golden Bullet or something for a bit, so I don't run out of ammo.
Immediate medical. Hostile assembling a golden bullet.
But yeah, technically I'm standing outside of the area, and this area is really good because yeah, it's just
Serious trauma.
it's literally it's just gonna die to my plastic thing. It's only 2 spawns points. Just next door to each other. There's no running around and finding the next zone. It's always all here. But yeah, we're basically forcing the bounties in here. And then the bounties themselves, I just went and farmed. Like, there's nothing special about that part. It's just... That's why you see me quite often. If you see me, doing activities and stuff, I'm doing it in West End. That's right. That's the zone I get the bounties for.
Target neutralized. Good work.
And this all together we kind of call bounty cheesing. You can do this in a few places, but this is like the bounty cheese.
Looks like you earned yourself another bounty. Well done.
Mavilium. Great the name. Currently on the PTS. Well, it's a little messy because of the stability. Gear-wise and stuff, there isn't anything really super interesting except for the pistol. The pistol definitely will find a place, but also it's not like pistol builds already like get ran a lot. So it's not going to be that big of a change, but it'll be, especially for using it, at least with the current stats, for using it in builds where you use it as a main pistol, which is very few builds, admittedly. But there's a few builds I enjoy with that. Where I have a pistol tech tank that is very much what I always run in Summit, and then that way I can run 7 or 8 directives pretty easily. But yeah, the gear set, the brand sets, neither are that interesting. I need to check a little bit on the other 2 exotics. The glove might be really good, but it really depends on what it does against the other things. Because yeah, it has 30% against like the 1 tier rate, but what does it do against the other 2 tiers? Like that's really important. But that we'll jump in tomorrow to test. Today it was just so laggy and stuff that, especially for those, I need to go and test it out in the open world, and we were getting dealt at every like 10 minutes. So I kind of gave up for today. Hopefully tomorrow it'll be better, and we'll... Because yeah, especially the shroud and whatever the gloves were called. I still need to really... Because those gloves could take... Because if they're 10% against like the weakest one, even 10%, and and then 20% against the middle one, and then 30% against the right one, basically. That would still exceed basically everything else. That would be more than a Tinkerer, than a Coyote, stuff like that. So it would just instantly be the best, but it depends on, yeah, what the numbers actually are. We'll see tomorrow. What is best in slot? LMG for OD Tinkerer? I would say, yeah, either MG5 or M249. The meta picks there. There's no single best in slot there. But yeah, MG5 has a few rounds less. And also, but likely, I would say it's even, you know, it depends what you're doing, even. If you are just doing activities and stuff, it's fine to go MG5, because MG5 overall is a better weapon, but the MT49s has a little bit more damage per mag. So, for instance, if you're doing heroic countdown, let's say, versus challenging countdown, challenging I would go MG5, heroic I would go MT49, just to have that little bit more damage in the mag on the MT49. Build collection for that build. This would be 4.10. Let's see actually if the commands work. Earlier they didn't. No. Nightbot is gone into the night. But I can go get the link. But also, yeah, if you have the build collection and know how the numbering works, then. But I'll get a direct link as well for everybody. But that's yeah, basically this. It's status effects, and then the the bleed, the Vile tick, and the pesty tick, triple tick. This is a good common build that has existed for a while. Now that the pesty is somewhat better, this is okay-ish. I wouldn't say this is like super good, by the way. This is just more, I wanted to play something different. Usually for this I grab OD, so I just automatically went for this. But actually with Golden Bullet I actually don't need, because we get all the ammo back on even one kill. I'm missing the spot. Well, keep in mind that, so if you're trying to just pop one here, just normally, that's just going to go to Southwest. Like, the not having these side missions done, that is what is needed to make a Southwest bounty go here. It can't put it anywhere here, so it's putting it here. Because otherwise, if you just want to use this spot, you have to have bounties in this zone. Because, of course, normally they don't cross zones. So this has a very, that special setup is kind of needed for the way I'm doing it here. But most of the time as well, if you're just in here and just pop one of these, it'll usually go here. Now, and this character will always go here, because also, yeah, I haven't done that side mission.
Target is near you, Agent.
But normally, yeah, it goes either here or this, or, well, there's two other spots, but you can make it come here pretty consistently, but yeah. Especially having bounties from Southwest is also makes a big difference.
Hostile completed. The golden bullet.
What? Oh.
Your target.
All of that casts.
You got the target. Nice.
Oh, the loot from inside. Oh yeah, I got another 20 caches here. Let's actually just pop one here. As well rounded out there. It's getting late and I want to go to bed.
Good work.
We're likely in a minute. Do stick around. We're gonna go raid
Target down.
out as we'll pay it forward. As I several people kindly raided us today, so
thank you for keeping us safe, Agent.
pay that kindness forward. Yeah, once I get back to yeah, let me catch up on everything because I'm kind of behind. Thank you so much. Totally missed that actually there, that the jet said. And yeah, as always, much appreciated. We'll be sure to waste that on some silly apparel, as we always do. That's always what we joke it going to. I still have to buy, because I did, of course, yeah, buy the Keiko thing. I haven't bought this thing yet, but I'll wait, actually. I'll use that one for when we do the other video, the Tinkerer video. And yeah, a bunch of Tinkerers here. The funny thing is as well, you can see from the anybody that has that icon, they're running Tinkerer. Let me catch up. One of our interesting, this is the first time we've seen enemy archetype as official name like this. Scorcher, Immobilizer. No, Scorcher and stuff gets used in a bunch of stuff. Immobilizers, yeah, they're Russian. The only one that I hadn't seen before was Bodyguard. I still also don't know which one is Bodyguard. Because that's a term I don't think I've ever seen that one before. Because yeah, Scorcher, for instance, shows up in like the research project. It's like go kill outcast Scorchers and stuff. But also, yeah, if you die to them, that's the names that they have. You know what we call them, kind of like with heavies. Heavies technically are tanks by the game, but we call them heavies. The only one, yeah, that stood out to me as one that I didn't know was only that the Bodyguard, which can't even like. Because I've also like I've paid attention to, especially dying and stuff. You know, making sure that I read what their names and stuff are. That's kind of how I learned all of this. But yeah, I don't think I've ever noticed Bodyguard. But yeah, we'll see what that is. Because maybe it's one of the minor faction things or something. Overhill? No, those are leaders. Because those are also in that list. Shield guys. I mean, that's such a specific thing to. Because yeah, I think actually as well somebody else was saying, or maybe it was you as well, or into passions of it being shield guys and stuff. So shield is specifically in there, and then for instance, yeah, the other shield guys are kind of just called shield. Maybe those guys, but that's like such a specific thing to put in there, I feel. Also, actually, yeah, I don't think you can those guys don't shoot, right? They just shield, right? Only the boss shoots there, and like the other ones. So we could also never die to them to know, actually. Yeah, let me catch up here. What kind of pistol will you suggest on 8 directives, like with regulars? Any headhunter one. So, for instance, so actually, well, in the build collection there, the recommended build list. From there, you can grab in the recommended list. So yeah, in the build collection, in the recommended list, any of the pistol headhunters can deal with that. What you can also go with is actually have a high-end pistol tech tank, which can deal with 7 generally well, unless you want to keep your shield at all time. So you can also go for this, and this with the next season's pistol is going to be a little bit stronger. But just any of the either Hunter's Fury, any of these pistol ones basically. Although actually you can, without too much issue, also be a hot shot for the ammo. Because all you need is basically ammo to be taken care of. Pistols does that a lot. But especially for instance, one of the Memento ones. And then you can either go Regulus or Determined Harvest. So something like this, for instance, works really well for Summit. Especially as well with the Armor on Kill and the Sorient. A lot of stuff spawns together. And the side missions need to not be completed exactly. To do that, to do exactly what I was doing, where the side mission or where the bounties go from one zone to the other. Because yeah, normally of course they will just go into that zone. But you can also get some bounties in Downtown West, and most of them will go into that area. Sometimes you need to just, cancel and restart it. And then hopefully it goes there. And Tinker this was coming Saturday is also going to be a Tinker video. Like the last one was a rambling talk. This one's going to be the in-depth look, where we also go into a ton of different setups together. Sorry, man. Yeah, I'm not that fast with stream or catching up with chat. Also, as well, I was kind of in the game for a bit, getting this bandies in. Does Wellmask work with Pestilence? No. The Pestilence is a debuff. Here, the Vow is getting triggered from the bleed. So whenever we're bleeding enemies because of the OD, that's triggering Vow, and then Pesty is doing its own thing. This isn't per se synergy between those two builds. It's just especially that we have the weapon damage for the Pesty, and then these two are also ticking alongside of it. And then it's enough of a damage that even if I hit like a red, like once or twice, actually, I was on that still. But with this, yeah, if I'm hitting a red, just like even hitting him like with a 5 or 10 shots with a few pesty stacks with a bleed and a little bit of damage on them, they're basically dead from that point. They have no, there's enough damage on them already that's going to take away at them, that's going to kill them. So that's kind of the idea behind this kind of style of build. Also, we can deal with 5 directives because we're generating ammo. Yeah. And the end as well, I did the speculation video for those parts hold up. So we'll likely very briefly discuss Striker and OD, but then mostly go for some of the other things. Especially want to check as well. So Hunter's Fury, especially versus other things. Going high end, especially. Because, yeah, for the Tinkerer with Hunter's Fury, we would need to go either with the chest or the backpack. I feel at that point, it's going to lose against just high-end pieces with a chest or backpack talent. So we'll kind of look into that and a bunch of other stuff. Also, actually, yeah. Maybe we'll start. I still haven't done that because, but then also PTS kind of came in. I want to go through the build collection and literally I go build by build and go like, does this fit Tinker? Does this fit Tinker? And then there's also, yeah, a bunch like Redify with, for instance, going damage talent plus future perfect, basically. Measured or killer plus future perfect. Same, for instance, is why this character, for instance, has a red Eclipse, which is currently kind of centered around Elmo and Shocker Punch and stuff, and the shield, and just, shocking. We're working this to Tinkerer, and then seeing about getting Future Perfect going, and then trying to get skills going with it and stuff. Wouldn't mind seeing what we could make with that. Thing is, though, that also this with Iron Lung kind of makes sense, which was the other way that, and then Iron Lung, of course, would not work with Tinkerer. So, let's leave this character on Heartbreaker Tech Tank. Just leave it there. Yeah, let me catch up here one last time if I missed anything. Now, let's actually go find somebody for us to raid in a minute. Actually closing a bunch of tabs there. As yeah, we'll go and didn't want to load first time. Let's see who's up. Let's see who's in the category. If I see any names that I'm like, let's go with them or something. Not particularly. Yeah, let's just go with Harley. who I see is descending by the look of things. Actually, yeah, that was the annoying thing as well. This was envy these last 2 days. But yeah, PTS and Tinker kind of took priority. I still need to do a 40 at some point. Although actually, oh no, they're not descending yet by the look of things. They're done already. Yeah, let me catch up one last time here before... Can you share a spare? Which one do you mean? Do you mean the build collection one? There's a link of it a little bit higher, but yeah, I can, because I'm guessing you mean this one, right? Otherwise, as well, in this there is the, but yeah, the build collection is indeed linked in a few places there, so I linked it as well a little bit earlier, but you go inch more. And this is also especially the recommended build list and recommended weapon list. You can also find other things, because I also have some guides and stuff, and some damage calculators and some damage tables and stuff. But all of those are also linked in this About Me, so you can find all the other links there. Did it do? Says no permission. That's odd. Let me see if it's, as I go into an, no, for me on an incognito mode, it shows just normally. Make sure sometimes with links, so it has a dash, or not a dash, an underscore at the end there. Make sure that like didn't get, although, well, I used the same link there. But maybe if you copy pasted it or something, it might have lost that underscore at the end, which is kind of annoying. If I could change that at some point, I would love to, but also that link is of course in a lot of places already. I didn't realize that till later. But yeah, sometimes when you like double or like click it to select it to like copy or something. But yeah, it should be. Otherwise, try opening it in incognito. It might be some error with your own Google Drive or something. But in incognito, it should just work. Yeah, let's go raid Harley, who's doing some bounties. I'm guessing, yeah, they're in the one of the bounty areas. And then yeah, I'll be back tomorrow. I'll likely be able to jump on. Either we'll do an afternoon and evening. That's less likely, but maybe I'll be able to jump on, like, at the very least, I'll be able to jump on a few hours earlier. In the weekend as well, I'll likely be around for quite a bit, so we'll do a bunch, because there's a bunch of testing I want to do, both for Tinkerer as well, and also for the PTS. And also, yeah, actually, it's Saturday, likely afternoon. I need to make that video, so we'll make that then, likely, and then. But yeah, enough yapping for me. I'm just going full ramble mode. Thank you all for joining me. Hope everybody enjoyed. Hope to catch all of you in the future. And as always, have a good night.